Long have the days of war between film bros and spreadsheet virgins been flooding the realm of the bird app. Between summoning the power of the dogs within or the ability to do math with godlike complexity, the battle has taken many a take's life. Tonight we meet again in the arena, the Fantasy Points arena. Mock draft versus mock draft, bro versus bro, all for your enjoyment. May your priors be confirmed and your fantasy rosters protected for tonight. The NFL draft takes center stage as fantasypoints.com shall rise above with only one mock draft claiming victory. Let's dive in. As I mentioned to you before, fantasypoints.com is bringing you draft coverage that we have not presented before. It is going to be different. It is going to be better. From boots on the ground, Trey Camberling is sitting beside the NFL draft stage. He will be calling us a little bit later with some insider information. I, of course, am your host with most timeless hands. I am Thomas Tipple, FF. Joining me, as always, is Scott Barrett, Brett Whitefield, and Tom Brawley. To start us off, we have other guests as well from Graham Barfield and Chris Wecht and more. Sit tight, gentlemen. As I mentioned, it is going to be mock draft versus mock draft. I'm going to send it over to the other side of the screen to Scott Barrett, who put so much excruciating time into his mock draft. Scott, how confident are you that you will prevail in the battle of the mock draft?
Oh, absolutely. You know, I fed Brett a bunch of misinformation at the last minute. I told him, oh, you know, this is what I'm hearing from my sources. And so I sabotaged his draft. And then I kept basically did his original mock draft as mine. Brett, what do you think?
I just think the inexperienced lucky guy will win here versus me. That's what I think. I as soon as I was done with my mock and submitted it, I hated it. So
yeah, I love mine. It took me 30 minutes. It was awesome. Brett had nightmares last night.
Yep, I had mock draft nightmares.
Tom Brawley, you are the man of the bets over at fantasypoints.com. This is what you are here for. What stands out to you? What are you looking forward to? And how was your preparation for this year's NFL draft?
Well, I'm already pissed. It looks like CJ Stroud might be going number 2 overall based on the markets here. We saw a big switch here from the last couple of hours. I even wrote down, I didn't know if the books would be taking down lines, and Will Anderson was minus 230 just an hour ago at 6:30, and now it's minus 2,000 for CJ Stroud. So put a bet down on Stroud to go number 3, but it doesn't look like that's going to be happening here. Looks like the Texans ownership may have gotten their way and got their quarterback at number 2.
I'm going to
I was told yesterday that Caserio had given D'Amico Ryan the right to make this pick. This was his decision, and he was torn between the 2 edge defenders. He liked Tyree's upside more. He thought maybe Tyree was a better scheme fit. And so I was told to go that route with my mock. They said it would make me look smart. And then they told me this morning that as of late last night and early this morning, ownership made a strong push for CJ Stroud. And now it seems to be trending in that direction as the most likely outcome. Obviously, I think when you see a line move this strong, this late, I think it's basically guaranteed at this point.
Yeah, somebody knows something, and there was probably multiple big wagers placed here over the last hour. And yeah, I mean, those Casario to New England rumors might have to fire those back up here. I know that was going on at the beginning of April. Maybe if they're not allowed to be making choices here, maybe they'll be moving on here.
If this happens, I just feel bad for D'Amico Ryans, man. Like, your first draft, you get a chance to pick your guy. Owner steps in and says no. For a flawed quarterback at that, as much positives there are to say about Stroud, there's also some dangerous elements to his game, and I understand why the Texans wouldn't want to be a part of that. So it's a bummer for a first-time head coach in his first year that he's going to get his hand held through it by the owner. That stinks. And no shocker that it's the Texans doing it to him.
Yeah, as we speak, it's now up to minus 2,400. So it's just going on up and up and up. And I mean, just a couple of days ago, Bryce Young's number was like minus 1,200, minus 1,400. So, I mean, these odds are, it's basically a sure thing at this point.
So I just want to re-ask. So when a line shifts that much, like you said, it's a guaranteed lock. What does this do for the rest of the board? Like, does a big change this kind of late into the process affect the rest of the board equally, or is this kind of going to be the one-off with the pick?
Nah, this looks like a seismic shift. Now Will Anderson's minus 125 for the third overall pick. I mean, is a team going to trade up here? I mean, that's the big question now is, does somebody want Will Levis at number 3? Is somebody going to make that move to go get him? The way these lines look, it's like the Cardinals might be stuck here at 3 and they might have to. So unless somebody wants to trade up and get Will Anderson, I mean, that's certainly a possibility here. But now we have Will Anderson minus 125, Tyree plus 430, Paris Johnson plus 600, and Carter plus 650, with Levis at 750. So it's kind of looking like, at least the way they're pricing these lines, that the Cardinals might be stuck at number 3 now.
So what do you think that does? Like with the new information, Brett, Scott, what's the changes to the mock? Who's going 1, 2, 3 now?
It actually probably helps my mock, to be honest. I have because let's see, I have Stroud going 4th. I have Anderson going 3rd, and like 2 hours ago we thought Anderson was going to go 2nd. So probably helps my mock. Not sure what the Colts will do at 4 now. If Stroud was actually their guy, maybe they go Levis. I don't know, but
yeah, that's
ultimately it does set up Anthony Richardson. Yeah,
it's minus 550 for Levis at 4 now.
Okay.
So
what if he went
world?
He's flying into the sun.
He's into the sun.
Yeah, sorry guys, I was having difficulties with my webcam. I'm trying to.
Well, we're definitely getting a still of this for the socials.
When tanning goes wrong.
Yeah.
I thought somebody nuked Houston over the Stroud news.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I flew too close to the sun with my mock. I got a little too out there with some of these picks.
So if Carolina's looking at Stroud, and Houston goes, yes. If Carolina is looking at Young, Houston still on tap for an edge. Carolina potentially moving 3 in a DeAndre Tennessee Titans swap. It's already getting messy at the top of the board.
Yeah, this is I mean, we're kind of back to what we all kind of presumed at the start of the draft. I mean, if we go all the way back to like February, the thought was initially that, Bryce Young would go first overall. He was the best prospect. CJ Stroud would follow him. And then it was going to be, who would be the next quarterback here. We'll see if somebody trades up into that 3rd spot, if there's anybody that's really pressing to get one of Levis or Richardson. But this is kind of how it was initially. We all expected the Texans to draft a quarterback at number 2 overall, and as the process has gone on here, they haven't been very interested in any of these quarterbacks outside of Bryce Young. So it's certainly a seismic change, but it's kind of back to where we were kind of starting the whole process at.
Yeah, I think we were steered off the Stroud to Texans early because of the David Mulligetta stuff.
Mm-hmm.
There was rumors to him having bad blood with the organization over Deshaun Watson, all that stuff, but seems like Nick Caserio and him have ironed out that issue, to say the least. So, yeah.
I mean, I heard that. I heard that was real. They did say a few days ago that that's not something that would factor into their decision at all.
That's good.
Yeah, you'd think he's going to have to work with them. The Texans are going to have to work with this agent. He has other players. You're going to have to eventually work with the guy anyway. So,
well, part of what I heard was that it was mutual. Stroud didn't want to go to Houston. He heard from Houston that, okay, if you want to come here, you got to drop that agent. And Stroud was like, yeah, I don't want to go to Houston. That's a trash organization. So I don't know. Maybe things changed on both ends.
Tom, is there any kind of last minute long shots bets that you like? You are the betting expert here. So,
I mean, this certainly shakes up the entire board. I mean, still kind of like I'm curious to see Bijan. Added that late in the process to the Falcons. It looks like that's plus 175. But like at the top of this board, just a quick look. I mean, I would, if I was rolling the dice, I would go something in, one of these quarterbacks at number 3, just hoping that a team really wants one of these quarterbacks and trades up. So, I mean, just looking at it real quick, I mean, we got Levis plus 900 at number 3. Sure doesn't seem like somebody's trading up for Richardson at number 3 plus 1100. But I mean, I'd be looking at the Colts at number 4. We've long assumed that they're going to draft a quarterback. So I would target this number 3 spot and just hope that somebody wants to get up to number 3, makes, and we know Arizona wants to get the hell out of there. They want to collect picks. They're going to trade DeAndre Hopkins, it sounds like, at some point this weekend. So it doesn't seem like they're in a real pressing need to stay at number 3. So, I mean, that would be the spot I would target. I would probably look at Levis, maybe plus 900 here at number 3 to see if somebody really wants him to get ahead of Indianapolis at number 4.
Nice.
Is there a bet out on number of quarterbacks to go in round 1?
Oh yeah, that's been set at 4.5 for the basically the entire process, and the under was the huge favorite for most of the pre-draft process until the last couple of weeks. I was talking to Brett yesterday on the podcast, and I gave him props because he was really the first guy that had Hendon Hooker in the first round, and that's got some steam here over the last couple of weeks, but that has kind of died down here as the draft is nearing. Now the over is still a favorite. It's at minus 122, but that was like, I can't remember the exact number, but it was like minus 200, minus 225 at some point the last couple of days. So there's been some action on the under that Hendon Hooker won't be selected, but it's kind of a coin toss at this point. Minus 122 to the over. Under is minus 110. So it's really anybody's guess here if Hooker goes in the back half of the first round.
I was told it's more or less of a lock that Hooker does go in round 1. So I guess taking that over would be a sharp bet. Apparently Levis is now minus 500 to go at pick 4.
Yes. Yeah. He's minus 550 to go number 4. I mean, that's kind of the assumption that, the Colts are going to take a quarterback no matter what. And, the last couple of weeks, they've seemingly been more on Levis than Richardson here.
I was told there's a really good chance Levis falls quite a bit, and to not buy into the smoke that he goes early. But I guess, with Stroud, that could definitely change things.
Yeah, I think the Colts. I don't think they're leaving without a quarterback here. I don't think Jim Irsay is. I'm sure that's been an ownership, telling everybody there that we're getting more. We've done the veteran route the last couple of years. We're getting a young quarterback this draft.
Yeah, Quentin Fenske's asking here if Anthony Richardson falls to the Falcons, they got to take him, right? I mean, conventional wisdom says yes, but I think what we've seen, like, since the Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson draft is the NFL still lower on these types of players than the fantasy communities and even some of the draft communities. So as much as I love Anthony Richardson, I definitely could see the NFL being lower on him. So, but yeah, if I was the Falcons at 8, I would absolutely take him. Light years ahead of Desmond Ridder as a prospect. It's not even close.
I mean, Arthur Smith is just stuck in the year 1978. So yeah, it wouldn't shock me if he values a running back like Bijan over a quarterback like Anthony Richardson.
Where do you think his ceiling is? Like, or I guess his floor. I don't know. However you want to phrase it. Like, where's the farthest he drops in the draft? Like, is it Tennessee? Would they, pull the ripcord there and take him at 11, or could it go any even deeper than that? Would it be Seattle at 20? It seems like he's the guy that's going to be falling here out of the top quarterbacks.
Yeah, I still want to think like Tennessee at 11 is probably his floor, but I don't know. I can't see him really getting past there. There's been rumors Tennessee wanted to trade up for him specifically, so I don't see a world where they don't get him at 11.
Yeah, of course, the big rumor like today was that Stroud, Tennessee was moving up to number 3 to get Stroud. So obviously that looks like it might be falling through here to, we'll see what plays out at number 2, but it looks like we'll see if they have the same, do they really want Richardson as well? Would they make a move to go up and get him? I don't know. Maybe they'll just sit back in 11, see what comes to them, and if he's on the board, maybe they'll make a move.
Quentin asked, 5 QBs in the first round is so wild. When is the last time that happened? I believe it was the Baker Mayfield draft, right?
Yeah, that was remember Baltimore traded back to get Lamar at the back end of the first round there.
I quite literally ran circles around my living room when that happened. By the way, I was so tilted that I traded down multiple times and drafted Hayden Hurst when all I wanted for Christmas was Lamar Jackson, and they ended up trading back in, which I mean, it could happen again. That 5th-year option is huge, especially as it seems to be for the quarterback market. We have a question from Tim Shirley. Do you think Gibbs gets picked tonight or early in round 2?
I think Scott both mocked them in round 1, so
I didn't. I should have.
Okay.
Seems like that's what's going to happen. I took that seriously, but it's just like, 2 running backs going in round 1. I felt like we were past that. Where do you think he goes, Brett? New Orleans? Is that what you had?
Yeah, I didn't necessarily think that was where he'd go. It just was like, wasn't sure who the Saints would take, so wanted to get Gibbs in the round. I could see Kansas City taking a mulligan on CEH. Like, hey, we screwed this up, but we like the idea that we had, so we're going to double down and go with the more talented player in Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah, I can say the book has, I'm looking at everything is off FanDuel here, but over 1.5 backs in the first round is -320. So it's heavily favored that Gibbs or, maybe it's Charbonnet. I doubt it, though, with all the pre-draft chatter here. In terms of who is favored to get him, the Bengals are top team here at +500. They share it with the Eagles, who also have a pick at the back end of the first round at +500. Giants and Bills are +750. Giants that's an interesting one with the whole Saquon situation. They're +750. Dallas +900, and the Chiefs are 10-1, +1,000. So that Giants one is fascinating to me that they're +750 when they got Barkley on the franchise tag right now.
I guess in a way it kind of makes sense. It's like, hey, we really value this position, but Barkley, we're not going to pay him. So franchise gone. Next year they make the swap. Easy peasy. But also Gibbs would allow him to stay relatively fresh, which has kind of been an issue for him.
Yeah, but I have to wonder, would Barkley demand a trade or anything like that? I mean, if that would happen here, I know he's holding out, sitting out of some off-season workouts and stuff. Would that potentially create some tension between him and the organization? He's kind of been the one piece, the one guy that's been the face of the franchise here the last 4 or 5 years. So that's pretty fascinating that they're the third favorite right now.
Yeah. Chris Wecht asks, are the Texans taking Stroud now because of the Tennessee trade-up rumors? Did they think they could get Stroud later? I don't think it. I don't know that that's who Tennessee was on, to be honest. I think this is just purely ownership wanting a quarterback.
Yeah, I think this was probably somebody else. This was not D'Amico. This was not maybe Caseria. I'm right there with you. The ownership jumped in here, and they're probably looking at 2 other AFC South teams primed to take quarterbacks. They listened to the talk all day with Stroud, and the Colts are primed to take a quarterback here as well, and didn't want to be left out in the cold.
All right. So first overall pick, Bryce Young -20,000. Number 2, CJ Stroud -1,600. Number 3, Will Anderson -200. So things are a little uncertain there. Will Levis -550 at number 4. They feel good about that. Number 5, Jalen Carter -400.
Yeah, that Carter one is interesting to me because it's been all over the place. That is one prop I did give out earlier this month. plus 500 to Seattle, but there's a whole lot of talk leading up that the off the field issues, talk about Malik McDowell, who was a complete bust when they drafted him early. They really went for high character players in last year's draft, and it worked out really well. But we'll see if it happens. That's an interesting that line is so stretched out there at minus. I'm seeing minus 700 now on FanDuel for Jalen Carter to go number 5.
Oh, okay.
I'm
in DraftKings.
We got breaking news, by the way.
Oh,
apparently the Eagles and the Cardinals have settled a tampering investigation today involving the hiring of former Philly DC John Gannon. Basically, the Eagles are trading pick 94 and a 2024 fifth for Cardinals pick 66. Kind of like an off-the-book settlement there, so that way teams are penalized by the league.
What's that? That's they
So the
interviewed
Cardinals
him before the Super Bowl, or
talked to him at least before they were allowed to.
That whole process is kind of screwed up to me anyway. Like, you get kind of penalized for being a good coach on a good team, and I think it should just be basically once week 18's over, you obviously set it up through the team or whatever. But I mean, these coaches that are on these good teams that make it deep into the playoffs shouldn't be penalized for, that seems kind of backward to me.
Yeah, agreed. JR is asking us a question here. Where do you guys see Green Bay going at 13? Any chance they move out and collect assets for next year in case Jordan Love doesn't look like the guy? Scott and I, we had different picks here. I had them taking Brian Branch. Scott, you had them taking JSN or Kincaid?
No, I kept waffling on it. I had Christian Gonzalez at one point. Let's see what I settled on. I gave them Paris Johnson. I think it's a great spot to be because this was like a best player available range.
They just don't take offense in the first round, though.
Yeah, I think Kincaid has been.
They'll take a tackle before a receiver.
Oh, yeah, I agree with that. If they're going to go offense, it'd probably be O-line.
Yeah, I think offensive line has picked up a little steam here since the trade. But yeah, I mean, that's been kind of the mock is the receiver tight end. But I think you guys are kind of right. They typically wait till day 2 to really address receivers. At least they have in the past. Maybe they feel different. They have a young quarterback. Maybe they're thinking, let's not leave him out to dry. Let's get as much talent around him to, see if he can succeed. So, but maybe tackle, maybe defense, but they could go a number of different ways. I'm surprised FanDuel took down that. They have position of, what position they're going to take, and no Green Bay Packers. They took that off the board.
I think before they took that off, I bet Brian Branch there. So,
okay.
Yeah. I bet safety
back,
at plus 2,000. No, it was split corner. Corner was plus 1,200. Safety was plus 2,000. So,
Branch is labeled as a safety.
That's what I'm nervous about. It depends how they announce them.
I think most of these books go off of whatever NFL.com.
It's in safety.
Okay.
Coach Breezy Brown says Richardson number 1. I don't know if he's just.
That would be a draft day stunner.
That would be.
What are the odds we get on that?
That'd be Vontae Mack level stunner.
Let's see. I'll see if I can pull him up here. Because Young is now 20,000 to 1 right now. Richardson is 75 to 1 plus 7,500. So if you're feeling lucky there, Coach Brown, you can lay a couple bucks on that and get a nice return.
I don't see why a team doesn't just totally F with somebody one year. Just like totally leak a different, we're taking Hendon Hooker number 1 overall, then just draft somebody else. Like, that'd be so funny. I don't know why a team doesn't do that. They would mess with Vegas so bad too. Just
yeah, I think go ahead.
Mike Renner had a great take. Like, apparently he was in a group chat with like Lance Zierlein and Daniel Jeremiah and all those guys, and he was like, "Hey, listen, what if we all just hype the F out of one individual player? Before we do, we all buy shares on Mojo, which is that stock market thing. We drive it up, and then at the perfect point, we all hammer the unders on his betting line and just stop talking about him. I thought that was so fun. You could do that, and maybe NFL teams could do the same thing.
Yeah, I wonder if an account under Daniel Jeremiah might get flagged though. They limit him to like $5 bets at points bet.
Well, there's a long-standing rumor that one of the top DFS players in the world is like the brother of Ian Rappaport or Jay Glazer or Adam Schefter. I don't know who it is. This is just like a rumor I've heard multiple times, but it's probably that one guy who played Jeff Wilson that one random week. He was like the RB3 and had 28 carries and 4 touchdowns because only one person had him, and he had him on like 80% of his team. So yeah, investigate whoever that guy was.
Anthony Valenti with a goated comment here. We got the 66th pick and got rid of how he had it again. He's not lying though, man.
That's so good.
Most overrated coordinator possibly in the last 5 since Matt Patricia for sure. So hilarious.
Enemy number 1 of all Eagles fans.
Yeah.
We should do like a contest for best comment and stream moving forward, like free fantasy point shirt or something. But I have a hard time imagining anyone's going to top this one.
Thomas, is the stream so good? I just got a couple random texts saying they lost the stream.
We are not only live, but business is in fact booming.
Sweet.
Wow, love to hear it.
I love it.
Hit that refresh, folks. Hit that little settings dial at the bottom and amp it up to 1080p. Get it right. Get yourself settled in. It's going to be a long night. We are not going anywhere.
Boom.
You guys going all the way to midnight, or whenever it ends.
This is light work. We live for this.
Mr. Brawley, that is my motto in life. A lot of people they go to bed when they're tired. I go to bed when I'm done.
There you go.
Right.
I love it.
Brett has tons of Call of Duty late night experience. This man is prepped and ready for talking into a microphone for an obscene amount of time in one sitting. We are no worries here.
The draft can probably get my heart rate as close to end game Warzone moment can as well. So that's good.
Brett's locked in for the top 5 situation.
I'm a rock. I'm emotionally dead inside. I don't show emotion, don't cry, anything like that. But the closest I'll ever come is watching these players. You're on the phone with the GM. How would you like to be a New York Giant? And the guy just breaks down into hysterical tears. That's the only time I show emotion. It just like warms the cockles.
You're not lying, dude. I get emotional about that too.
I mean, it's beautiful. They worked their whole life for this. This is like the greatest day of their life. It's awesome.
I got choked up when I read Anthony Richardson's letter in the Players Tribune.
Oh, what was that about?
It was a letter to all the GMs. It came out like a week ago.
Yeah.
Really well written. He talks a lot about his mom in there, and I was reading through that just like, oh my gosh, this like we really lose sight of like what this moment is for all the players. It's kind of a special moment. So
yeah, right. ESPN was priming the pump in the pregame. They had Will Anderson. He has got like this jacket with his deceased grandmother. She passed away a couple years ago. Will Levis has got like not handcuffs, the cufflinks from his handcuffs, his cufflinks from his grandfather, and it was a football player who actually wears the number 7. So it's like, oh boy. So we're gonna get a lot of those stories, and it is very heartwarming to see these guys that put in years of work, and it's kind of realized here, and they're gonna get lots of money for what they've done. So certainly heartwarming.
I have one question, and this is one question that I've seen in the Full Tilt Discord more and more. Every year, there's this one guy that gets drafted in the first round that doesn't belong.
Oh God,
who is it? Scott? Is it Mims? Is it, or does he belong? Is there a guy that's going to get drafted that doesn't belong, and who do you think it's going to be?
It's supposed to be that Syracuse offensive lineman, right, Brett?
Yep, Bergeron. Not even close to a first round player. To be honest, Anton Harrison isn't really either. but he looks like a lock to go in the first round. But yeah, who is this year's Cole Strange? I think the thing is like Bergeron's kind of expected to be in the conversation though, where Strange wasn't. Like Strange was like a late day 2 guy at best. So I think I don't even know who to throw out at you, Thomas, other than Bergeron, because I don't know who the Patriots are going to take at 14.
It could be a quarterback. If
that.
you recently, I wish I could remember who it was that mentioned it, so I could give them credit. But the situation is soured so far on Mac Jones that at 14, should a quarterback fall, they would be tempted.
Who's reporting that? Because I've heard the same thing. They like Will Levis a lot.
Let me go verify.
I have Levis in my mock, so just pat me on the back later. But
I would love that. I gave it out 20-1, but with the Stroud stuff at number 2, I don't know if it's going to happen now that we're going to have a little mini quarterback run at the top. Probably needed a couple of these quarterbacks to slide down the board a little bit for it to potentially happen, but fingers crossed, maybe it will happen still.
Somebody get this man a shirt, Anthony Valente. He's claiming a shirt for best comment. Hey, we still got 5-ish hours left, Anthony. You gotta wait your turn here. Make sure no one else one-ups you here on the comments game. But we'll definitely consider it. I think that's a good idea.
So how many minutes do we have left?
It's 8:02, so we're on the clock. Woohoo!
I mean, are they actually on the clock, or
I don't think?
Where...
I got a little bit of this. I got a little stream on my phone here. They're doing the the bullshit. The little pregame. They got the video with we got the guy from The Office, Brian Baumgartner. So probably.
I mean, has Goodell been booed yet? That's
probably coming here. I would maybe 8:05. Maybe that's when they're going to start kicking off the festivities
before this kicks off live. Like Quentin Fenske's in here trying to pick a fight with me about Quentin Johnston. I see. So
what's he saying?
He said not a first round guy. Listen, I didn't mock him in the first round because I was using conventional wisdom there with what I've heard from other teams, but I think he's absolutely a first round player. Should be anyways. He's a first round guy on my board. Quentin. He says he's like a rabbit on the field, always hopping, but he has 1-6 spin move. The funny thing is Zay Flowers is the same thing, but everyone likes him because he's 5'9" and like smaller than my 7-year-old. So
he's feisty.
Got that dog.
He's got that dog. And Quentin Johnson gets knocked for it, I guess. When it's more impressive that he's doing it at 6'4", 215 pounds.
I'll say the wide receiver prop was over 3. It was 3.5. It was basically a coin toss for the last couple of days, and like Wednesday it started to flip. It closed like minus 190 towards the over. So it looks like those four wide receivers are going to go in the first round.
QJ catches the ball with his chest. I mean, that's not. I think he's more of a clapper than a chest guy, but his catch technique is poor. So is Zay Flowers, though.
I had a good take on that for Quentin Johnson, though, is that it's a function of his insane yak abilities that Flowers really does not have, at least statistically.
Right.
Is that he knows the ball's coming at him. He kind of reads the field, sees where the lanes are, catches it most of the time. Sometimes he'll drop it because of that, but when he'll catch it, he'll gain way more yak than just about anyone else as a function of that and his abilities. Do you think that's true? You think there's any merit to that, Brett?
Oh, for sure, it's true. He plays with like eyes in the back of his head. Like he feels incoming defenders when he's catching it. So someone told me that his catch technique was so weird because he hurt his shoulder last year and played through it. And I went back and watched, and his catch technique, the way he greets the football, is definitely a little different in 2021. So there could be something to that. I have not heard any, like, Brugler's not mentioned a shoulder injury for him at all. So I'm not sure there, but the source was legit that told me that. So I wouldn't be surprised if maybe you see him clean that up a little bit, but he did clap at the ball a lot in 2022. So
yeah, we watched him. He was a weird watch. He played like a small finesse wide receiver, despite being so much bigger than some of these other guys. And we both struggled to come up with a good comp for him. Yours was what? Slow Martavis Bryant?
No, Quentin. It's funny. Quentin Fenske actually just said this, but Johnson for me was who everyone thought Treylon Burks was last year.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Like the guy that people built up Burks up to be in their head. I see Johnson being that
No,
guy.
yeah, and that's a perfect comp.
Yeah. And what's funny is Fensky just said I hated Burks as a prospect. And I just see QJ as a slightly better version. So we're not far off there, Quentin. I think he's a much better version, but I digress.
In my defense, though, I didn't like Metcalf as a prospect either.
Now you've lost me. Metcalf was a top 15. You sound like John Hansen. You've been listening to John for a while. He didn't like Metcalf either.
Are we allowed to pull up videos, Thomas? Do you have the capability to do that?
I can. YouTube will say
You're putting them on the spot here.
politely.
Yeah,
Could you not?
I don't know about that. There's a clip of Sean Payton ripping a giant bong that is all over Twitter right now.
What?
Yeah, he's getting Jeremy Tunsil gas masked for whatever reason. It's in the comments under Ari Marav's Lamar Jackson tweet, but it has, I don't know, 600 retweets.
Come on.
Yeah, I'll put it in here just in case we can show that.
I mean, he is in Colorado now. I mean,
Right,
legal there.
Give me 1 second. I'll see what I can do. It's gonna look weird, but we can get it ready. Give me 1 second.
It's gonna look weird, he says. I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, who is the most likely head coach to be a pothead? Is it Sean Payton?
Well, we confirmed it. I'm watching the video right now.
Mike McDaniel's up there.
Oh yeah. He would have to be a top 5. He might be minus 100 there.
Cliff Kingsbury, RIP, probably was up there too.
I feel like most of these guys are just like insane amounts of coffee as their drug of choice.
MCDC, baby.
Your boy, Dan Campbell, Dan Talica.
Trenta coffees with double shots in them. Guy's an absolute savage.
The most likely coach is still going to be Mike McDaniel, right? Like it just,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
like he looks like
Jake,
a tech bro.
Jake has a
He's
comment.
a tech bro.
There it is.
Jake's had a couple.
Yeah, there it is. See, Jake and I. There we go. That's what's up.
Ah, Shanahan.
Shanny's another good one.
Yeah.
I mean, he hung out with Mike.
Yeah, exactly.
Hung out with Mike McDaniel.
Who is this guy next to
California.
Roger Goodell? Is this Michael Moore?
Wait, I don't see anyone next to Goodell.
No, that's the Modern Family guy.
Oh, okay.
What channel are you watching, Scott?
I got ESPN here
ESPN.
on my
Oh,
phone.
I got network on. I don't. Yeah.
McDaniel blazing the vape low key. Creatine.
Oh yeah, that's right. Wasn't
protein,
that that was a thing last year? He was on the sidelines hitting the vape.
Oh,
There
right.
was a video of him putting it up to his mouth.
I mean, I respect that. I do that
He's
on stream
such a
constantly.
bro.
That may or may not happen later tonight. How are you guys making it all the way through? You got lots of caffeine lined up yourselves, or I know Scott, you've been trying to wean off of caffeine.
Well, I quit for 3 months and then I went back to it because my wide receiver article broke me. I'll be good. I mean, this is fun. I'm so excited for this. This is, it's Christmas.
Yeah, same. I just hit a double shot of espresso. I'll be good for the long haul. At about 9:30, I'll probably crack open the bourbon.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
Ooh.
As soon as I get off the stream here, I'm definitely cracking a nice cold
Nice.
beer here. I'm surprised I haven't already. I'm being good for the stream.
Yeah, I would do it now, but like it will make me sleepy. So if I do it too soon,
gotta-
I'll be
you
pulling
gotta
a
time it
Scott.
out
I'll
right.
get up and walk around and
All right, it's official. It's Bryce Young.
official. Go.
Yep.
We have our first pick.
Who's tipping picks? Anyone tipping picks?
I don't know. I got the sleeper notification.
Okay.
Brett, this is not your QB1.
No.
Was this a good pick? Was this a bad pick?
Yeah, it's a fine pick. Listen, Richardson is my QB1, but purely based on ceiling. If you want like the safest guy from an on the field perspective, I mean, Young was the dude for sure. So,
But he's short. He's short.
he's
Brett.
short. He's going to be an outlier. I'm not a huge fan of
betting on
betting
outliers.
on outliers as a number 1 overall pick. I don't get why you trade up for an outlier. Like, why take on that risk? Trading up's already risky. Then you're going to add the outlier status of Bryce Young to the mix. It just, I don't know. It's not great. But if you're talking about a guy who has, insane accuracy, insane pocket management, pocket mobility, insane playmaking ability, getting out of the pocket, playing out of structure, like Bryce is the dude. He can throw with timing in anticipation. I think that gets overstated a little bit, though, within the draft community because he does have such a slow freaking trigger. It's easy to throw with timing and anticipation when you're holding the ball for 4 seconds. So, but I do think Bryce is probably the safest guy on the field in this draft for sure. Not going to make bad mistakes. Hopefully doesn't take a lot of unnecessary sacks, but we'll see.
Okay, Trey is in the pit. He's going to call us as they announce the pick. We will get in the pick.
I was going to say, yeah, but they're officially on the clock here, at least on the feed I'm watching. They just trotted out Mahomes and Kelsey to fire up the crowd here. So
nice.
Things you'd love to hear.
So Trey's in the pit.
He is in the pit. Yeah, I'm just talking to him right now, making sure everything gets.
I'm just now seeing Eric Stone Street, by the way. Wait,
that's his name. That's his name.
How is my stream so far behind, though? What's going on here? I'm going to recalibrate this, refire it back up, see what happens.
Yeah, maybe you're on a little bit of a delay here. Yeah, I'm on the ESPN feed. There's 8:50 basically left with for the Panthers on the clock.
When did it shift to a 10-minute clock?
Couple last CBA, I think.
Yes.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
My ESPN Plus account's not logged in on this TV apparently, so.
Oh no, that's not good.
So back to NFL Network I go.
That stream is behind, from what I understand. Give me 1 second.
You'd think ESPN would just put that out for free. It's also on the NFL Network. Like,
oh my God, you just see Young get smoked on ESPN? That was great.
Why was it great?
Oh, I just like he's so little when he gets hit, bro. He just goes flying.
I'm crafting a perfect shit post right now. I'm so pleased with it. Can you pull that up, Thomas, once I post it?
Yeah, I should be able to.
All right, you guys can tell me if this is terrible or clever.
Oh.
I've been doing good today. I've had some bangers.
Mm-hmm. Give me one. As soon as
on a heater right now. Kermit the Frog is on the stage right now. Time to listen up. Oh man.
I bought YouTube TV just for this draft. He says I hate it.
There's no typos here.
If you have Twitter Blue, you can fix that, Scott.
Oh, I do actually.
Fix it. So Trey is actually going to be in contact after the Bryce Young pick.
Okay. Can you pull up my tweet? Let me know if this is a banger or not.
Have you sent it to me?
On live TV, it's currently 7 minutes left.
Oh, damn. Maybe I should save it. Oh, well, too late.
Well, he said, oh, weird. On my stream, it's 6:26, 6:25, 6:24.
Well, I think he sent that like a minute ago.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, because it's like 6. Yeah, you're live. You're basically the same time as me now.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Can you pull it up, Thomas?
What is happening?
Is it? Did you just post it? Like, where am I pulling it up from, sir?
My Twitter profile.
Okay, I've got like 7 outlets open at the moment. I need an adult. The Bryce Young Panthers tweet. Give me 1 second, and I will work on that.
Oh my god.
One moment. We are almost there.
I've seen the tweet, Scott.
Boy.
So it will not allow me at the moment. No. So
Uh-oh.
fine. It's fine.
Can we have a dramatic reading of it?
I'll read it. Or do you want to read it, Scott? Actually, you read it. You wrote it in your tone. You read it.
Yeah, you got to read it in your voice.
I got to hear how snivelly it is.
Give me 1 second. Actually, I can do it.
Scott, you're muted.
Damn it. I always do that. Bryce Young is a great quarterback, but not a blue chip prospect due to his size. The Panthers should redshirt him this year, let him learn from Andy Dalton, and give him the prerequisite 5 to 7 months to successfully rehab from limb lengthening surgery.
Oh,
At 6'3", he's a generational prospect. I thought that was great. It's bombing right now, but it's early.
hey, Paul Rudd liked it.
Yeah.
I mean,
My guy.
Paul Rudd likes it.
Rudd.
Do you know that Paul Rudd is the real Paul Rudd is actually a huge fan of fantasypoints.com?
Yeah, him and Hanson go way back.
They're
Yeah,
tight.
they're boys.
Mm-hmm. He's a subscriber.
I think I had that in my Hinge profile very briefly.
Do we actually make him pay, or does he pay like people?
I think he can afford it.
Right.
But I do think John's comped him in the past.
He can afford it, but it's also like a little petty. I don't know.
No, I think
so
John
funny.
comps him. He gets the guru insider. He texts John and he gets like live draft advice. So that's worth it.
Did Costco have this already?
Yeah,
He tweeted it, right?
I don't know. He's DMing them to me.
Panthers shock the world. Bryce Young it is. Oh, I love Costco. Yeah, he always has it like, I don't know, 7 minutes before anyone else. It's just better for, I guess, commercials, viewership to let it drag out.
Suspense. Really building attention.
Allegedly, the Panthers were told to milk the clock because they had the pick in immediately.
That wouldn't be
Well,
the
they're
first
doing
time.
a good
that's
job
been
of it.
said.
Now it's in.
Yeah, there it goes.
Oh my gosh, who's it going to be? Drum roll.
He wanted representing his team, not just as a quarterback, but as the face of the franchise. That was a big part of this pick.
Pick
too.
is in.
Might have led the league in
Just had to do a little check.
That's pretty cool.
Pick
I like
is in. Pick is in.
So,
We
so you're just
will
waiting for
get
Goodell to go to the mic and you're gonna. Oh wow, this is very fancy.
That's right, YouTube. Under 7 seconds long too. So, how do you like them apples?
Scott, Ian Harris had a similar tweet to you, but his was about 5 minutes after yours.
Well, that's par for the course with Ian.
He tweeted a picture of the Bryce Young thing that said, "I can't grow." You know how he said that the other day?
Mhm.
And then it said, "It would be a lot cooler if he could."
Be a lot.
I
cooler if it could.
kind of tested this out. I tweeted it at PFF Sam a few days ago. But yeah, I mean, why isn't that a possibility, Brett? Like, let's entertain this seriously.
Entertain what?
Having limb lengthening surgery.
Technology has come a long way here. Let's
Brett.
go.
What is he?
Is
It's the,
Brett
it's
not
the
'cause
next
it's-
innovation.
Here we go.
In the 2023 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Bryce Young, quarterback, Alabama.
They shocked the world. They did it. I think what they paid for that pick is the price you take for taking a corner over Justin Fields. They deserved this. They confidently walked out Sam Darnold and Baker Mayfield. So, shout out to them. They have a quarterback who is an outlier. Interesting.
So yeah,
But kind of boring because we.
so Texans up next. I was feeling super good about my Tyree pick, from my sources. I was listening to Houston Sports Radio this morning, and they were like, "Oh no, JJ Watt's flying out to Houston. He's going to be there tonight." We all know what this means. They're going to announce they're retiring his number. He's going to be on the screen announcing the pick because everyone's going to hate it. So he's just there to deflect booing. And I was like, oh, it's definitely Tyree. That's awesome. But no, apparently ownership, Cal McNair coming down hard, wants a quarterback. CJ Stroud. That's what everyone thinks.
Oh, good Lord.
What if it's Will Levis? Like is the Stroud stuff enough for them to just take generic rising white guy quarterback at number 2 and just kind of wash their hands? Like, I think B-Dub883 shout out, who's going to be the first surprising, shocking pick into where? I think it's number 3. I think it's 3. 3 is going to be it's a wild card
pick. It's going to be a shock. I don't think it's going to be a shock.
I just think it's going to be the closest thing for a wild card pick that there could be, right? A trade up, a defensive player. If there's going to be a shocking pick in the top 5, I think 3. Is it likely? No, but the most impactful, shocking would be a trade here.
Well, it's definitely like the new hinge point now that if Houston goes Stroud number 2, I mean, we'll see what the Cardinals do if they stay there. I think somebody would entertain moving up there, but
you know,
not with Stroud gone.
Jake,
the Cardinals just went quarterback.
They did.
No, that would be sad.
Oh, yes, that would be. That
would be something else.
Oh, Jake.
I know, savage.
Wow.
Yeah, the 6-minute you should be well aware that leg lengthening has a serious side effect and is a very dangerous procedure. Unbelievable.
To answer Beat-Up's question, though, other than 3, maybe 6 with the Lions. Like, I feel like we've been mocking Witherspoon there for so long, but that's really not based on anything other than like seems like a culture fit. Like, that's it. Like, there's no none of the beat writers have said that they've talked to the staff about Witherspoon. They're just assuming corner, culture fit, et cetera, et cetera. Stroud is the pick at number 2 officially, by the way.
Stroud is.
Yeah.
Wow, there goes your mock, Brett.
I think it helps my mock.
Well, I mean,
so
not for accuracy.
No,
here's
I think
what I told you. What did I tell you yesterday? I told you all of the early mocks are going to beat all of the late mocks. Like all you have to do is rip like Dane Brugler's mock draft 2.0 and it's going to win. And that's what everyone had, I don't know, 10 mock drafts ago.
Yes. Daniel Jeremiah had Stroud at 2 this morning. So he's the GOAT, I guess. Yeah. So Stroud, I mean, gosh, well, we can wait till it's official to break that pick down, but back to Witherspoon take really quick. Like, we've been mocking Witherspoon to the Lions for so long because obviously player need plus culture fit, but like that was not sourced on anything. The Vegas books kind of ran with it. So do I think they're going to take Witherspoon? Yeah, I mocked it that way, but like they could take a litany of guys and it wouldn't surprise me. Like I could see Nolan Smith at 6. That would be a big wrench in everybody's mock. So,
well, ladies and gentlemen, we have boots on the ground. The Bryce Young pick was made. Trey.
Hello. What's going on, Thomas?
Hey,
what are
for those who don't know, Trey
Hansen?
is our director of social media and video, new hire as of a few weeks ago. He is live with VIP passes from the NFL draft.
Yeah, Fantasy Points doing it right with Trey Camberling. How is the vibe, the John Hansen-esque vibe there at the draft after the Bryce Young selection?
Yeah, I would say that the vibes are immaculate right now in the building. It's been a crazy day. A lot of crazy jerseys that I've noticed roaming around. My personal favorite, saw a nice Keith Brookings autographed jersey from a Falcons fan. And I actually saw an Aaron Rodgers Jets jersey roaming around the park here today. But yeah, vibes, it's packed. People are having a lot of fun. We're moving and shaking down on the floor and trying to send video of these picks. So it's been a good start.
That's right. Trey's doing a phenomenal job getting pics of the prospects, walking up the stairs, posting it to Fantasy PTS over there on Twitter. You should be checking that out. Trey, we're going to let you go for now.
Oh, there's a roar.
as it is popping. Enjoy. We will talk again soon.
Sounds good, guys. Have a good one. Sounded like CJ Stroud from over here, but I popped outside. So enjoy, keep it going, and follow along on Twitter and on the live stream.
All right. Thanks
Thanks,
Trey.
Trey.
We should bring him back on for the
Phenomenal.
Falcons pick. He's a diehard Falcons fan.
that
He
is-
does
that-
not
He'll
want
Coming
Bijan
back up
Robinson.
quickly.
Scott, you don't think I already locked that in? I don't think I locked that in.
All right.
Baby, I'm sharp over here. We're good.
Wow. CJ Stroud, number 2 overall. Wow.
So again, what I'm hearing is this was ownership more or less demanding a quarterback, and this coming out of nowhere 20 hours ago, something like that. Brett, what do you make of him slipping supposedly the S2 scores? Do you think all of that was BS? And where are you on him as a prospect?
Well, clearly it was
What
BS.
is-
He just
what-
went second overall.
No, not necessarily. Not if Cal McNair just needed a quarterback.
Yeah. So the S2 scores, like, I have no idea how they work. I will say this: any cognitive test that shows that CJ Stroud is a slow processor is probably good, because I think the tape confirms that. He's same issues Justin Fields had coming out. Locks onto his first read, does not come off of it. Very, very tough decision maker under pressure. Like, he falls apart. The pressure stuff is really, really concerning. Essentially, like, he just completely loses his mind when he gets under pressure, and I think turnover, like, his turnover rate wasn't too bad in college. I think that's going to get worse though in the NFL, as guys are a lot bigger, faster, stronger.
You know what I would love? You know what I would absolutely love? As a sort of second favorite team, Houston Texans, you pair up CJ Stroud with Jackson Smith and Jigba.
You do. That is the move. That would be the meta at pick 12. That'd also be good for my mock draft. So,
Ooh, same.
yeah, I would love that. So the positives about Stroud is his arm talent is ridiculous. Very accurate passer to all 3 levels of the field. Can make any throw. Can make layered throws. Can throw with timing occasionally. But he's phenomenal arm talent. So
this next pick, like we said, a ton of question marks. Defensive coach, probably looking at the top defensive player on their board. Tom, it's been phenomenal to have you here helping us chase bets. We have Joe Dolan waiting in the wing. So quick shout out to you and what you're going to be having post draft right away.
I'll be working on the post draft veteran market. We'll have that up tomorrow. I'll do like a reaction pieces for next year for the rookies a couple days from now. I'll be working on that, and you guys got to get Joe's reaction to the Gannon pick, the move up 30 picks.
Right.
He's been texting me. I saw he's enjoying that whole scenario as an Eagles fan. So enjoy the rest of the night, boys. I'm gonna go crack a cold one. I hope you guys can power through the end of the first round here.
We love that. Thank you, Tom. We're going to take a quick second. When we come back, we're going to have Joe in here. Sit tight. Quick little 5-second break. Thanks again, Tom.
Thanks, guys.
see you.
Okay, we are continuing on here. Joe Dolan, you, sir.
We just shuffled it.
Had a
The order a little bit,
fantastic
yeah.
time.
What's up, man? What's up, guys? How y'all doing?
What's up, Joe?
Hey, I was just got done laughing. I had to like put on a sad song or something to stop laughing after the Jonathan Gannon news. The Eagle, I mean, the Eagles always end up in the news on draft night one way or the other. And then they just completely find a new way to do it. But it gives them some ammo to trade up. And I think everybody knows my circumstances here. If the Eagles draft Bijan Robinson tonight in the top 10, I have to get drunk and jump off my roof, which I will do in May. It is my backyard is a swamp right now. I'll do it in May when Brawley's down, but I just don't think it's going to happen, guys. I just don't think it's going to happen. I wouldn't be stunned to see the Eagles walk away with Will Anderson or Jalen Carter at this point, especially since they picked up more early day 2, like mid-day 2 draft capital.
Yeah. I agree with Carter, Joe. I think they're going to make a move for Carter at some point.
Oh.
What? Cardinals trade.
The Texans traded up to 3.
Wow.
It's got to be JSN, right?
They're going to take Will Anderson.
Okay.
Oh well, there go my Anthony Richardson to go 3rd overall bets.
Yeah.
Hello, Texans.
So does this screw us up, Brett? Because we had Will Anderson going 3, but not to the Texans.
Yeah, you'll still get a point for it, but you're not going to get the 3 points.
What's the point for?
Because you got Will Anderson in the first round.
So is this the oh no.
You don't get it for Anderson at 3?
You get 1 point for Anderson.
Yeah, but if you nail the correct pick number.
No, pick number doesn't matter. It's irrelevant.
Could you imagine the Arizona Cardinals just trade DeAndre Hopkins back to the Houston Texans in this deal?
I mean, I don't
and just
know
how hilarious that would be.
I don't know if I don't think Hopkins would have a problem with that. Bill O'Brien's gone. It's absolutely I think this is a really aggressive move for the Texans. Now, wasn't the talk all along that the Texans wanted to find a way to pair Will Anderson with a quarterback, but everybody was just presuming they would do Anderson at 2 and then use 12 to get like Hooker?
I mean, we don't know it's Will Anderson. It might be Tyree. Probably not, but.
Wow.
Will Anderson is the pick.
That is a pretty freaking Texan fans like an hour ago. I was perusing Reddit and they're like, I can't believe we're going to go into 2023 with Davis Mills as our starting quarterback. And now they get the back-to-back 2nd and 3rd picks. Is that the first time a team's had back-to-back top 3 picks since the erstwhile racial slurs drafted LeVar Arrington and Chris Samuels? Do you remember it? You guys remember that? I think that was 2000 or 2001. They had the 2nd and 3rd pick, and they drafted LeVar Arrington and Chris Samuels.
Does anyone have what they gave up?
Scott, I do get 3 points for this.
Why?
I had Anderson to the Texans.
You did.
Yeah, right?
No, I think you had Tyree.
Did I have Tyree?
Okay.
I can confirm.
I'm trying to find compensation.
Here is the compensation. The Cardinals, this is per Adam Schefter, the Cardinals get the 12th pick, the 33rd pick, a 1st rounder next year, a 3rd rounder in 2024, and the Texans get Will Anderson and the 105th pick this year.
Yikes.
What a trade. Trade for Arizona.
I'd probably do that if I were the Cardinals.
I mean, that's a great trade for the Cardinals. I don't know why the Texans, as bad as they are giving up future.
We're just rent payers in the Texans world at present.
The Arizona Cardinals have traded the 3rd pick to the Houston Texans. With the 3rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Will Anderson Jr., linebacker.
That is a lot for the Texans to give up. For a guy now, let's talk, Brett. Let's talk about some of the edge rushers who've come out recently. Will Anderson is really good, but he's not like a dude, right? Like he might have as a prospect.
So the easiest way I can explain it is he scores much closer to, say, Aiden Hutchinson for me last year than a Joey Bosa or Myles Garrett type prospect.
Yeah.
So I don't think he's not some special elite blue chip can't miss prospect. There's a lot of things you can miss on with Will Anderson. So he's a great prospect. He's
for
better
sure
than Trayvon Walker, who went 1st overall last year. But he's definitely I agree with you. He is not, he's not that Myles Garrett level edge prospect. So
they traded 3 first-round picks for him.
Yeah, can you say the
let's
compensation again? I kind of missed it.
What's that?
Can you say
it
the
was
compensation again?
12, 33, which is the 2nd pick of the 2nd round, which is going to be a highly coveted pick in a trade. you would imagine. A first next year and a third next year.
Yeah, here's what they were thinking. They were thinking, oh, okay, we basically traded up for a quarterback and it came at a cost much cheaper. We just happened to take Stroud first and then get Will Anderson. I just think that's no. I think you just gave up a shit ton for an edge player, and it's just never worth that.
Yeah.
I'm Daniel Jeremiah is making me eat serious crow, because what did I say to you on the phone today, Scott? I said,
what did I say to you?
I said, people out there thinking Daniel Jeremiah is going to burn all his connections over a mock draft. Yeah, right. He had Stroud at 2 to the Texans and Anderson at 3 to the Texans.
My God.
So if he's in the Huddle Report mock draft thing, he's smoking.
He's not. He's not. I checked.
I think that's the reason.
If we're gonna do some Eagles talk here, which is what I'm on here for, well, Shane Steichen is the former offensive coordinator of the Eagles. The coordinator who, by the way, left on much better terms with Eagle fans than Jonathan Gannon did. He just got his boy. And you saw the offense that he designed for Jalen Hurts, right? Because I think Anthony Richardson's going to look really good in a Colts offense that Shane Steichen is coaching. And all these, though this team loves this guy and this team hates this guy, quarterback smoke screens, they've all been wrong so far. All of them. Like, the talk for 2 weeks was that the Texans hated CJ Stroud. And I guess they were just trying to, maybe this was their plan all along, but they were trying to do it a little bit cheaper. But hey, good on them. I wonder if they thought, maybe Tennessee wanted to trade up, or I wonder if they thought, the Colts really wanted CJ Stroud. But this is pretty fascinating so far.
I think this is exactly what I told you, Brett, is they were divided. The head coach, the ownership came in late saying we need a quarterback. And so they're like, all right, well, we can make you happy and we can make you happy.
Mm-hmm.
But you mortgaged your future on for a bad roster team. Like, there's so much more than a quarterback and an edge defender away.
Pick is in Anthony Richardson to the Colts at 4.
Whoa.
So Will Levis is indeed the fourth guy. Well, maybe the fourth guy off the board, but this is incredible. Like, Scott, if the mock I first presented to you yesterday would be nice right now, because I had Will Anderson on the Texans, I had Richardson to the Colts. Oh,
I told you this was going to happen. Yeah,
I had CJ Stroud to the Texans at 12. By the way, at 12,
that would have been perfect. Then
I'm like heartbroken right now.
Oh man,
you told me this would happen too. You did tell me this.
I'm sorry.
You're gonna change a bunch of stuff, and your mock, your original mock is going to be better.
Ugh,
Ugh sauce. So
yeah,
I have the and Brian Drake and I took over a Dynasty FFPC team. We did it on the 2-point stance, and I thought it has a good roster and a lot of draft picks. The problem is it's a super flex, and the only 2 quarterbacks on the roster are Jared Goff and Ryan Tannehill. We have the 5th pick in the draft, so I was thinking, presuming Bijan goes 1-1, we're going to get one of these 4. But now the question becomes, where does Levis go? And now, Brett, I know you, Brett, you were wish casting Anthony Richardson to Detroit.
Yeah,
basically throughout the process. Has there been any buzz whatsoever on Detroit connected to Levis?
None. They brought in every quarterback but Levis, actually.
So where I'm sitting right now, just ever so slightly, we still have 2 picks away, but Jared Goff could be a mini winner right now from a fantasy perspective. He was good for fantasy last year.
True. Yeah, you're not wrong. I mocked Levis to the Patriots at 14 in my final mock. I'm curious to see, at some point, there's still a lot of QB needy teams. Maybe Detroit turns into a trade candidate now.
Yeah. 3
quarterbacks going before them. I don't know.
What would you do right now? If you're a Lions fan, what do you hope happens right now? And you are a Lions fan. They're 1 pick away. Seattle picks at 5.
What I hope happens is Seattle takes Jalen Carter, and that sets the Lions up with their choice between Witherspoon and Wilson, who I think Wilson's a great scheme fit opposite Aiden Hutchinson. And then they also have potential option to trade back if a team does want to get in front of, say, Las Vegas for Levis or Atlanta for Levis or something like that. So
Ian Rappaport just not so subtly tweeted, "The phones are ringing in Seattle." And I wonder if that means Seattle wanted Richardson. They were connected to him throughout the process.
Yeah, that's where I mocked him. So
interesting.
Gino could be a winner here.
Gino's a winner. Not could be. He is. Even if they draft Levis, he's better than Levis. So, man, crazy. I still can't get over that trade up to 3. That is an astronomical price to pay for an edge defender who is like on the good, not great spectrum.
But here is the thing, though. Like Scott posted it, and I know we're looking at it this way. What does our mindset look like from evaluating the trade standpoint if they took Anderson at 2 and traded that package for Stroud? Effectively, it's the exact same, but the trade was for Anderson.
So Chris Wecht and I used my big board and some custom made pick value chart to create pick scores, and my model basically loves what the Texans have done so far. So
interesting,
tremendous value. They have. It's not factoring the first round pick they gave up, but actually, Chris just messaged me. Factoring the first round pick they gave up, the model hates the trade up. So never mind.
Right, that first round pick's kind of a big deal. 3 first round picks for an edge defender, moronic. This is just. I think the Houston can't get it out of their own way. Their ownership is bad. Who's the guy that they finally got rid of?
Jack Easterby.
Yeah, Mickey Mouse ball club. I don't know. They might not be my second favorite team anymore. It might be the Indianapolis Colts, who got Brett's guy, his NFL QB1, far and away the fantasy QB1. He's freaking Vernon Davis with a cannon. Tell us about Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, I mean, Richardson, he gets labeled as this raw guy, but he's not. He's raw from like a consistent lower half mechanical standpoint. That's it. Everything else about the quarterback position, he does really, really well. His pocket awareness, pocket management is top notch. Like he feels defenders, he feels those pass rush lanes. He knows how to slide and step and manipulate those, blockers, setting them up for success. He's not a deep dropper. When he does need to escape, he's incredible at, making guys miss in the backfield. He's not going to take a lot of sacks. And then he's got as much tape as anybody throwing with timing and anticipation. He's really good pre-snap, getting into the right call. He's really good post-snap, reading out whether he's reading a concept or a coverage. Really good at both those things. The accuracy will get tightened up with, more. We saw it, from where he was at the end of the season to where he was at the combine. You've already seen improvements in the lower half mechanics. For him, it's all about that weight transfer. Look at some of these throws they're showing on the screen right now. And saying he has a throw, and I can't believe no one's posted this on Twitter. It's a
is this publicly announced? Or just still Costco? Are we waiting on it, Thomas?
I think.
Oh no, it's live. It's live.
It's
right.
nuts. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not.
I'm hearing Seattle's trading this pick, by the way, or they're trying to, anyways. So.
Wow. Well, that's pretty Seattle.
Yeah, that's what Rappaport had. I have my laptop over here. I just my TVs are behind me in this office because I have a couch to my left that I use when I'm watching games. But that's not exactly the best live stream setup for me. So if I have the TVs behind me, we're probably going to get kicked off of YouTube. Because if I had the broadcast in the background, so I have to try to bring it up here on my laptop.
Just remember 6 seconds at a time, Joe. Just remember.
That's
the game.
So I just got to do a jumping jack in front of the television every 6 seconds, and we're okay.
Just pass your head by. I just
like an eclipse.
Throw it on. I should just throw it on the TV in the background and just fly my head by back and forth. Pittman, AR, Jonathan Taylor, Owen Discount, AT, Perry, AK, Alec Pierce. This is probably not great for Pittman? You got to assume he starts day one.
You know, the thing is with Pittman, Ryan Heath just did a piece. He didn't actually mention Pittman, but it was like the relationship between the yards after the catch and ADOT, which was I thought it was a pretty unique perspective. And Pittman last year, maybe this was just a function of their offense. He was bad in both yak and ADOT, which is like bad. Like, that's not good. You don't want to do that. If you have a low ADOT, you want to be good at yak. If you have a high ADOT, you can be bad at yak. But not both is not good. I think it's good for Jonathan Taylor, though. I mean,
I was actually just going to ask that. We know there's correlation between rushing quarterbacks and running backs not catching passes. So does it kind of cap his RB1 overall? Because even to be an RB1
Maybe
overall sans Derrick Henry, because he's like the only one to do it without catching, I think it's 50 passes or something close to that mark.
Adrian Peterson was that, but I mean, are we enough past Adrian to even consider Adrian Peterson a different era?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, because like Peterson was catching 2 passes a game max, and he was dominant for fantasy.
Chris Wecht asks, Brett, how is AR-15 at throwing into the end zone better than Matt Ryan? Yes. Unequivocally, yes. That's what I was getting ready to say. There's a...
Well, Matt Ryan was getting killed with that offensive line because he's such a statue. I think Anthony Richardson, you could really see a massive improvement.
Yeah, for sure. Matt Ryan notoriously refuses to throw into the end zone, though. He literally will not do it.
Is that why Julio never scored touchdowns?
That's why Julio never scored. That's why Kyle Pitts' first year, he never scored. Chris and I, we combed the data. We went back 10 years. There was one quarterback in the last 10 years who had a lower end zone target rate inside the red zone than Matt Ryan. Like the sample size was like 70-something quarterbacks.
Whoa,
Seattle
dead.
Seattle did not trade.
Is in, yep.
Brett?
Oh my God.
Shall we wait and let the people?
Let's tease the people. Tease the people.
Oh my God. That is crazy for Detroit.
RIP the mock draft.
RIP the mock for sure.
It's already been blown.
Witherspoon.
Chat did not understand the assignment.
Yeah, chat.
We're gonna work on this. We're gonna work on this. Oh, people want us to tell us early. Okay.
Well, Quentin, Seattle took Witherspoon, the corner from Illinois, who Brett now. The thing about Witherspoon is he's got that dog.
Oh, yes. He is a savage, man. Him, bro, they're going to put him in the slot, I think, in Seattle. Oh, my God.
You know what? But you know what the thing is like, yeah, but I want you to talk about this, Brett, because a slot corner, like slot corners are starters now, man. Like slot corners play more snaps. Like for instance, I think one of the popular picks for the Eagles is Nolan Smith. If a slot corner is going to play more snaps a game than Nolan Smith,
for sure. And Witherspoon will still play on the outside in 2 cornerback sets or whatever. But my point, so like one thing I want to I guess plant my flag on is I've been saying the entire process that everyone's been billing Witherspoon as this press man guy, but I think his skill set translates better to a zone scheme where he has eyes on the quarterback. His instincts, his instincts are so freaking good. You want him playing with his eyes on the quarterback. And when that Seattle defense was great, they had DBs with insane ball skills, and now they're getting Witherspoon, who he definitely fits best as an off-zone guy. I think they'll put him in the slot. They love guys, physical players in the box. I think he's going to come in. He's going to help them defend the run. I think it's a great pick for Seattle, honestly.
I know this doesn't blow away where he was getting mocked. I think he was mocked. You mocked him to the Lions. I think he was getting mocked to the Raiders quite a bit, Brett. But this is simply anecdotal. I don't know if there's been a study on this. It seems like every single year there's at least one corner who goes like way above where people think he's going to go. Like that's the position where I'm like, I think teams really are like, we need corners. We love this guy. We're going to take, it doesn't matter if people thought he was going to go 10 picks later. And this is a good corner class too, I believe.
Yeah. So real quick, Lions are on the clock. Tyree Wilson an option here, obviously. I think scheme fit. Jalen Carter is the best player on my board. He is available. I know the Lions like him. I've been told that ownership stepped in and said, with the Jameson Williams stuff, we need a clean prospect. So I've been told they said no to Carter. Now we'll see if that holds up. It's easy to say stuff like that when you don't think you'll have a chance at him. So now that they're staring him in the face, it's like, what happens here? What I would really like to see here is a trade back, maybe with Philadelphia. Philly come up for Carter, and then maybe the Lions sit back and take Wilson at 10, or maybe like a Peter Skoronski. But go ahead.
So, like, the thing is, with Philly, by the way, I haven't heard Philly connected to Tyree Wilson at all, and they had all these top prospects in. I don't know if he's the kind of guy that they have Josh Sweat, who's a bigger guy who handles more of like the the 5-tech kind of dirty stuff, while they have Hassan Reddick launched off the edge, which no, I don't know. This is interesting. I could definitely see. My prediction at the end of the night was at the beginning of the night was I think the Eagles are going to draft Jalen Carter, and that just felt like something Howie was going to do. But we'll see what the Lions do here.
Yeah, realistically, I mean, the only team they need to jump probably is the Bears for Carter.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, do they have to go all the way to 6, or could they get to 6, 7 or 8? To be safe. I mean,
could they get? Could they make the trade with Arizona at 8, or Atlanta rather at 8? Atlanta falls back behind Chicago. We haven't heard Chicago connected to Bijan Robinson at all. I think that would be a monumentally dumb pick for the Bears, so I don't think they would do it. Yeah, I wonder if like the Eagles might try to get past Chicago for Jalen Carter, because Chicago needs help on both lines.
Yes.
Oh, Arizona is trading up to 6.
Wow.
What?
Could this be for Christian Gonzalez?
It could be.
Lions move down. Lions are going to be Brett. The Lions are going to have so many effing picks.
I love this.
They're going to have so many picks. Because Devin Witherspoon was connected to the Raiders the entire process. So could Arizona? Could
Lions got
Arizona? Yeah, maybe the Lions did. You're right, Scott. But maybe Arizona is like, now we got to go get Gonzalez.
Yeah, or no, it's got to be for Paris Johnson.
Oh,
it has to be.
Oh,
right.
Well, here's the thing.
Yeah,
Arizona can take. Arizona can take anybody here. They need help everywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing that would shock me would be Levis, I guess, or Bijan. I don't think they're taking Bijan.
That would be freaking nuts. With all they need, to go running back would be hilarious. By the way, in our picks value chart, Anthony Richardson was the first perfect score so far of the night. So
who is this?
Oh,
Anthony Richardson at 4 was the first perfect score for the pick value chart.
The Whitefield Wecht.
Yeah.
Put this. You got to speak this into existence. And by the way, Brett, you nailed it. Paris Johnson's the pick.
Paris Johnson.
Paris Johnson's the pick.
Again, Scott's original mock would be crushed
right.
now, dude.
That's right.
You overthought it. And you redid it. That's that's what happens. So
it's
next
embarrassing
year,
though, because I told Scott we shouldn't listen to these people because teams aren't telling beat writers who they're taking. It just doesn't happen. So why are we making last minute adjustments based on late info? Ugh.
So now next year, just repost your first mock or your final mock and walk away.
Brett, the Lions get 12 and 34 for 6.
12.
That's great.
Oh my God. Are you kidding me? Somebody, I'll get it. I got to look at the Fitzgerald Spielberger chart here.
I want to see the Whitefield Wecht chart.
What did they give up? 12 and
34 for 6. But they think Vegas was going to take Paris Johnson.
That is an insane trade for the Lions. Oh my god!
I know.
They have
Congrats. You got a
6
killer
picks in
GM.
the top 3 rounds now.
That's a Howie type trade.
3 first rounders.
I don't know what the Cardinals are doing. You have such a bad team, such a bad roster.
You obviously think Paris Johnson's a foundational part, but there is things for Paris Johnson is by no means a finished product. I mean,
and 166
and 166.
I mean, it doesn't even matter. It's like when are you going to be a competitive ball club again?
Yeah,
not for a long time.
Well, certainly not.
Conceivably at the end of his rookie contract, and then it doesn't even matter.
I mean, where would we rank with the information we have today? Where would we rank Kyler Murray's contract? Second worst in the NFL?
It's pretty bad.
Behind Russell Wilson.
Say that though when a guy tears an ACL, right?
No, well, Brett, I thought that contract was shit before he tore the ACL. The thing
fair.
about Kyler
Brett
is
was
like
not a fan of his.
Yeah, like the thing about Kyler is I'm not really 100% positive he's gotten better since his rookie season. And obviously that's good enough to be a at times very good NFL quarterback.
Can you not attribute some of that to Cliff, who is arguably one of the most hilarious coaches, like even at his time with Mahomes, who he quite fumbled the bag with even there? I mean,
now Arizona. Now, of course, here's the damage control from Arizona's side because they've been embarrassed once tonight. They clearly told Rap Sheet they were taking him at 3 if they couldn't come up with a trade for 3. Which, by the way, they should have done that trade 100 times out of 100.
They still end up with an extra first round pick, and they could still get their guy. So while they did overpay for this pick, it's like they're coming away with Paris Johnson Jr., their guy, and an extra first round pick next year. By the way, my wife just brought me an old fashioned.
Okay,
it is Evan Williams Distillery here. So,
well, this is what I'll be swigging from a pint of E-Dub if the Eagles draft Bijan Robinson within
this
the
is
next.
The 1773 pour. I don't know if you've had it.
1783.
1783. Sorry.
Yes, I have. As a matter of fact, I might go have some after. I'm laying off the booze before I get off the live stream here. Nobody needs Dolan slurring his words on the live stream.
Scott's just locked in right now. Look at that look.
I don't drink soda except when I'm trying to not drink alcohol.
I've been doing pretty good on the diet, right? We just got the water, right? Health is wealth in 2023 for now.
Hold on. I got my hydro flask.
Nice. Yeah. Evan Williams 1783 might be the best bang for buck bourbon on the market.
Unless you just consider regular Evan Williams bang for buck.
BIB is really good too, man. Like
the reason I love bourbon is because a shitty bourbon is still decent. You ever have a shitty scotch?
Oh,
it's awful.
Yeah. And you feel terrible the next day.
All right.
Dynasty community is high on this pick early for Kyler Murray's dynasty value. This is the guy that Kyler Murray apparently was lobbying for pre-draft.
Yes, it was.
So the dynasty community loving it. We may finally stop getting discount Kyler Murray at 205 in Superflex drafts.
Looks like DJ on NFL Network compared Paris Johnson to Andrew Thomas. So I would probably caution Cardinal fans to be patient because Andrew Thomas was dog dirt for the first half of his rookie season, and then he became one of the best tackles in football.
Yep.
So you need patience with these guys sometimes.
I think Paris is a little further along than Thomas was personally. I didn't like Thomas that class a whole lot. He was a first round grade for me, but he was like a 20th overall kind of guy for me.
Yeah.
Paris Johnson Jr. I did have as a top 12 player, top 14 player, something like that. So I think he's a little bit.
I mean, it's kind of funny as much as Gettleman got dumped on, Daniel Jones got a second contract and he drafted a foundation left tackle.
Dexter Lawrence.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like his last few drafts have been were really good. There was something I wanted to say. I'm blanking now. Dang it.
I do have to step away for a moment. So Scott, it is to you, sir. I will be right back.
Okay.
Oh boy.
All right. So where are we at? Raiders.
The Raiders are on the clock, and I'm guessing they just got goosed on Paris Johnson.
No. I think they were targeting cornerback all the way. At least that's what Jordan Reed was reporting.
Do you think
So
teams
my-
are telling Jordan Reed what they
So
want?
my question is, well, I guess when I see a team trade up in the draft, I always presume they trade directly in front of the team that they want to snipe. Maybe it's possible that Arizona knew Paris Johnson wasn't getting back to them, and they were just basically talking to anybody who would answer their phones.
This year, let's ditch the new year.
So the interesting thing about the Cardinals and Paris Johnson is they're kind of stuck to DJ Humphries
Yeah.
for a couple of years, but Johnson can play guard. He did start, at right guard for the Ohio State Buckeyes as well. So
Isn't he kind of weirdly shaped for a guard?
yes, well, he's super long and athletic.
Yeah. He's
Yeah.
built like a tackle.
Yep, absolutely.
Let's see here. DJ Humphries. They need to have. He's there at least this year. This is over the cap, $12 million. It would cost them $12 million against the cap to cut him. Next year they could save $9.1 million, but still have $14 million in dead money. We've seen teams do that, but if he's still a functional lineman at that point. Let's see here.
Ooh, Scott Rudder came in with a clutch comment here. As a Lions fan, I can't wait for them to intercept the Packers pick at pick 13.
I do like that.
Love to see it. Love to see it.
I think moving forward, Joe, we're going to give out like a free shirt or something for whoever has the best.
That's a really good idea.
Yeah. You missed a great Eagles one.
Oh, who was it? What was it? What?
It was
roughly.
Do we have to pull it back up?
Yeah, our producer's missing, so we can't find it. But
it's from Anthony, right?
Yeah, Anthony. Wow, Chad's been popping off.
I'm going through. We got the 66 pick and got rid of Gannon.
There you go.
How he had it again.
That's so good. So where are you at on Paris as a prospect, Brett? Was he your top guy by far?
No. Let me pull up my board. He was my OT3. He scored as a 92.2, which in most classes puts him as a top 15 pick. So consensus top 15 guy for me. In the class, he was my 12th overall player. So very good prospect. I mean, I have no issues. Like, it sounds early. They picked him at 6, but when you're trying to battle need plus premium positions, it's like always go for top guy on your board at a premium position. So I have no issues with it. I think Skoronski's a more polished player, but he might be a guard. So I can understand why the logic of taking Paris first. And then I like Darnell Wright a little bit more, but he's right tackle only. So
the Raiders draft Tyree Wilson, which just feels like a Raiders pick.
I that seems. I didn't think they were going to go Christian Gonzalez. I didn't feel it in my heart.
Is that a panic pick? Like, does that feel like?
I mean, there were some people talking about him as 2 overall. There's some questions about Tyree Wilson. I know.
All right, we're locked in. We're back. We're locked in.
Tyree Wilson, breakdown on him really quick. He is a Patriots-esque type player. This is a 6'6", 275-pound edge defender. Reminds me a little bit of Dietrich Wise. The thing that's interesting about Tyree, guys, is like Texas Tech used him out of position so badly. He basically played stand-up linebacker from like a wide 9 technique on 50% of his snaps. He never played with his hand in the dirt, period, at 275 pounds, which is crazy.
He should be like a 5 tech.
Yeah, or just a base end, like a strong close side edge defender. I think he fits what the Raiders do really, really well. Chandler Jones is getting old. He's not going to be able to man that spot. Crosby's the weak side, open side edge there. Wilson slides in. He can potentially play for Chandler Jones once he moves on. And then getting all 3 of those guys on the field together is insane. I really like the upside here. I think Wilson has a ton of untapped potential. Took him a while to break out in college because of that weird position he played, but I think he's going to be a savage.
All right, Brett, here's the updated terms, the final terms of the Lions-Cardinals trade. The Lions trade pick 6, and here is where it evens out a little bit. End pick 81. I think this is still a good deal for the Lions. They get 12, 34, and 168.
12, 34. Okay. I can live with that.
Yeah.
Especially in this draft where, that's second tier of players is so strong.
Mm-hmm.
That's where you want to be for sure. So getting 34. So they have 34, 48, 12, and 18 still. I really like what they're doing.
Yeah.
Also, they're probably a low-key candidate to get back in the first. 34 is only a couple spots away. Like, what if Hendon Hooker is sitting there in the 20s?
Yeah. Would you, as a Lion fan, like that?
Oh, I would love that.
Okay.
I love Hendon Hooker.
All right, here we go. Here is the first time I actually think I have a shot to find out if I'm going to jump off my roof or not. Atlanta is on the clock at 8. I do not think
I have Bijan.
I don't think it would be. Look, I think the Eagles. We know the running back discussion. Okay, I think the Eagles have a far more defensible position if they do it than the Falcons do. But maybe the Falcons roster isn't that awful. I mean, they traded for Jeff Okudah, which means they could take Christian Gonzalez here, but they probably feel like they don't need to.
I just saw a wild take. I need to address it. Jared Smalla of Draft Sharks said Anthony Richardson, Dynasty QB1. I'm assuming he means
he's a QB1. I think he means a QB1.
I don't know.
Yeah.
All right.
He needs that Twitter blue edit. He needs that Twitter blue edit.
Right. You never know on these Twitter streets. Hot takes coming out.
Could Atlanta take Levis?
In theory, yeah.
They could.
Did you see the
who would I rather the Eagles take, Bijan or Carter? Carter.
Yeah, you don't have to jump off a roof. Come on.
Yeah.
Did you see the Sean Payton bong rip video?
Yes, I did.
We were debating who the most likely pothead coaches were, and we settled on, I think, Mike McDaniel is the most likely.
Oh, he's definitely up there.
Kyle Shanahan runner-up.
I think Nick Sirianni might act like he is, but he can't really handle it.
Right. I think that's a good one.
I think, yeah, give me some of that, guys.
Then he's asleep in the corner.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Bill Belichick just microdoses peyote every day.
Bijan is the pick to the Atlanta Falcons.
Oh, my first correct pick.
Bijan at 8.
So,
I do not need to jump off my roof. So
That's
here's
great.
the funny part, though. For the second time in 6 drafts, we don't know if Howie would have taken the running back high. Because, I still contend they were going to do it in 2017 with McCaffrey.
This so sucks.
Well,
that kills another dynasty running back.
Tyler Algier.
Imagine Arthur Smith just uses him as a committee back.
No.
He gives him the Kyle Pitts treatment.
Yeah,
Tyler Algier has more touchdowns. He pulls him at the goal line.
I'm not a fantasy guy, but this is a amazing spot. Like, other than the Eagles, this is probably best case scenario.
I'm not talking about Bijan. I'm talking about Tyler Algier. So the problem with Dynasty Fantasy Football, there's so few running backs that are remotely useful. The hope here was that Algier gets another turn. We get another 230 touch back. Unfortunately, now there's no way, barring something horrific, Algier falls to the wayside as another third round running back.
It's the 4th round curse or 5th round.
Oh, well, this is the thing that
day 3.
You're 100% right, Brett. But this is the exact same thing where, Michael Carter was a 1st round dynasty rookie pick when he was drafted to the Jets, and they just had a landing spot for him. I don't think people were as high on Algier in rookie drafts, but these day 3 backs, like a Damian Pierce who comes up, these guys are in serious danger of their dynasty value being completely nuked the next draft.
We already seen it with Pierce. They brought in Singletary. They still could draft a guy. It's when the draft capital isn't there. I mean, it's really tough to settle on these guys. So Bijan, I mean, Arthur Smith, like, hats off to this guy, king of chasing unicorns, man. Like, holy crap. Like, Kyle Pitts, Drake London, like, this is what he does. He's a unicorn chaser.
And just doesn't use them, which
And
is
doesn't use them,
hilarious.
and it just completely fails to address quarterback. Like,
Are the Eagles going to get Jalen Carter and not have to trade?
No, well, that would be crazy, but it sounds like the Bears were told, or sorry, the Bears told Carter they would take him at 9 if he was there. That's why the trade up talk started. But dude, who knows if that's accurate? So if the Eagles stand pat and get Carter at 10, I mean, Eagles were my second favorite team last year because I love Jalen Hurts. They're just going to keep on pushing it for me.
Yeah.
It's so weird that, again, Atlanta building this powerhouse offense and Arthur Smith just is living in the 80s.
Yeah, they built a Formula One car and put my 5-year-old niece behind the wheel. Like, hey, maybe they like Desmond Ridder. Yay.
Yeah, this is Mitter up territory. Desmond Mitter is going to be a overly drafted player this year in all formats.
So, I did hear today that the Bears might have told Darnell Wright that he's not making it past number 9. They need help on both of their lines, but don't you feel like offensive line should be a priority for them?
Yeah. I would go Darnell Wright if I were them.
The Eagles just traded up to 9.
Oh. So Eagles trade up for 9 for Carter?
Yeah.
So basically, Bears said, we're taking Carter. Come get your man. What do you
what
got?
are they going to give up? A 5th round pick to move up one spot?
Probably, I'd say a third. Probably a third.
Oh, man. I know somebody's going to hit YouTube comments and pull up a video from like 5 months ago about Tyler Algier. I can just, it's coming. Someone's bookmarked it. They're coming. I can sense it. Clinton. Hi, Brett. I'm here.
Sorry, guys. Sorry for the lack of entertainment from me, but the thing that is disappointing to me is that I didn't get to see if they would do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, my whole thing was how he would never do it. Well, he didn't get a chance to. The one thing I told Brett, I'd jump off my roof without padding if they traded up for Bijan, because I knew they were definitely not doing that. Let's see.
This is, I mean, did you have your landing spot picked out already? I think that's one thing people really wanted to know.
The Eagles took Jalen Carter.
They did.
About that, Joe.
Yes, they did.
Bred's an Eagles fan.
I'm still an Eagles fan, guys. Eagles, Colts, Lions. I got 3 teams to root for now. Let's go. Patriots are dead, so.
How could you possibly have time?
I put $50 on Jalen Carter to Philly plus 700, right before the draft. That is unbelievable. So Brett, is it good when a team goes to the Super Bowl and then drafts the number 1 player on your board the next year? Is that good?
Yeah. Which, by the way, Jalen Carter is now the second perfect score for the pick score, and it's better value because they got it at 10, so, or 9 rather. Well, we got to see what they gave up, though. We got to see what they gave up.
Chris Santos says, "Wow, Carter/Davis going to run that line for years." I totally forgot they got Davis last year too. Oh my goodness!
I think Carter's a better player.
I mean, excited, Joe. Like, what's the? Are you waiting to see compensation?
It's just like you just always know how he's going to do it. Like, it's just unbelievable, and like the league just keeps letting him do it. They gave up a 2024 4th round pick to move up one spot. They have 10 picks. They had 11. Now they have 10 picks next year. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Like, I mean, I just Howie Roseman has made it a personal, and it's not out of spite. Just like people talking so much shit on him, and then he just he's the best in the business. I mean, I cannot believe they did this. Like, I mean, it's unbelievable. Like, I mean, look, and obviously there's the situation with Jalen Carter. The Eagles have maybe the like league's top cleaner. And by that, I mean somebody who's connected with every major police department in the country. You'll hear about him. His name's Big Dom. He's the vice president of player security. Dude, this guy, I'm telling you, knew how many chunks of corn Jalen Carter had in his crap this morning. All right. Like, so, I mean, they obviously feel good. They feel that he's a kid who made a really awful, awful decision and an awful mistake, but a mistake, not something that, you know, this is like, it's a really good pick for the Eagles. It's a really good pick. I mean, I just can't get over it. And they gave up a 2024 4th round pick.
That's it.
I'm guessing. So with 10, they only moved up one spot.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm guessing, you know, for Chicago, they just added another pick and they're going to be able to take their lineman anyway.
Right. Wow. Yeah. So for those that missed it, Jalen Carter is number 1 on the fantasy points Brett Whitefield big board with a score of 94.1. About as close to a blue chip prospect as you can get. Yeah. Off field was the only thing keeping him from that title. So best player in the draft. Yeah. Congratulations to the Eagles. Roseman's a freaking genius. He's the best GM in football, right?
I don't even think it's close at this point.
Yeah. I mean, his pick record hasn't been great, but just factor in trades, he's the GOAT. And he got this one right, it looks like.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, like, the question then becomes, like, the trades are what you can control, right? And the free agent signings are what you can control. And, you know, the draft, I think even for the best, the draft is a 55-45 proposition, right? I mean, oh man, I can't. The Eagles up the middle, will be starting Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, and Nakobe Dean this year, Brett.
Woo. Recreating that Georgia defense.
Mm-hmm.
Watch him trade up from 30 to grab Nolan Smith and just call it a day.
Yeah.
So Coach Breezy wants to know if Howie's number 1, who is number 2? And I'm tempted to say it's the GM of Detroit right now.
I like what Brad Holmes. They have to start winning games, of course.
Yeah, exactly.
But
it looks like he's trending to top 5 status, but like he needs a few more years under his belt. Started great tonight though, so let's keep it going. Who else other than Brad though? Let's
Yeah, it's
Quentin says Mickey Loomis is up there. Mickey Loomis is like one of the weirdest general managers. They put competitive
some things and terrible at others.
Like, I guess he's like they you know, the Saints are always one of those teams though, Brett. Like they're one of those teams who, when they pick later this evening, they could take somebody who's like completely off your board. Like they're one of those teams.
Apparently the lines are shifting heavy for the Lions to take a tight end at 12. Dalton Kincaid, perhaps?
I saw that in everyone's mock, and I just didn't really buy into it because they were so quick to move on from TJ Hawkinson. Maybe it's just because we saw this class was so deep, and that's tremendous foresight. But I don't know. To me, that signified they didn't really value the position that much. They do have Jamison Williams for most of the season. Amon-Ra St. Brown. Were you buying into it, Brett?
No, and I've been told by a good source that the tight end they like in this draft is Sam Laporta. So maybe that 34 spot, that'd be a good spot for Laporta. I don't see them necessarily going tight end at 12. I think that'd be weird. The Hawkinson thing though is more scheme. Like he's not a good run blocker. I think they really prioritize that. And also they didn't want to pay him. Like he's going to get paid a truckload of money pretty soon here. So
how early could Darnell Washington get drafted?
Whew.
Please be high.
if he, I don't think he'll be a first round pick, but I could see it happening. Maybe that pick at 34 now with Detroit. Maybe that's someone they consider there.
Anthony said Nakobe Davis and now Carter breaking the Philadelphia Bulldogs. My friend Bill DeFilippo, who writes for Up Rocks, he actually covers the NBA for Up Rocks. He tweeted, he's like, the Philadelphia Eagles sat down and watched Georgia's defense and just said, I want all of them. And you have to respect it. I mean,
pick is in for Chicago.
Could this be Darnell Wright?
It is offensive tackle Darnell Wright.
Wow.
I say predictions like you guys don't already have it locked. Come on.
Which puts Tennessee on the clock, right?
So Dolan might not be the best bettor in the world, but I went into our betting channel on Discord today and said I added 2 bets, and I said I add Jalen Carter to the Eagles and Darnell Wright to the Bears, based on just the Carter one was late, but
well, your mock draft is beating both of ours then.
Yeah, I would.
My mock has picked up some steam.
That's great
with the last 3 picks here. So,
well, you didn't have Darnell Wright to the Bears.
Did I not?
Nope, you had Lucas Van Ness.
But I hit Bijan and Carter though. So
yeah.
Clinton McKell, of the top 10 picks, who's the most likely to bust? I'd say CJ Stroud, because he plays for a trash organization and they tend to mess things up. And he played for Ohio State, and Ohio State sucks. I know Clinton's a Michigan grad, so
I know, but here's the thing about at some point, I know you don't scout the helmet.
Oh yeah,
but at what point do you? I mean, by the way, there seems to be a permeating.
Oh, we got to get Trey on, by the way, Thomas.
Oh,
I've talked to him already.
There seems to be kind of a sorry, Thomas.
He's a Falcons fan, so I just wanted to get his live reaction.
Oh,
he's just currently in a kind of a staging-esque area, so we will be in touch shortly.
Got it.
I think Bijan, by the way. Let's talk fantasy. Bijan.
Yeah, so I just had a tweet on this, and it's okay. I love Bijan. I love Drake London. I love Kyle Pitts. They're right now the RB4, wide receiver 24, and tight end 5 on Underdog. In Dynasty, RB1, wide receiver 11, tight end 1. Again, these guys are all idiot-proof, amazing talents. But that's a lot of capital riding on Arthur Smith not fucking this up. I do not know that I trust Arthur Smith not to fuck this up.
I mean, so here's the counterpoint, right? Atlanta was 3rd in rushing yards, right, last year.
Mm-hmm.
But in our game, that just means Bijan's going to eat, right? Presuming, as you said, Arthur Smith doesn't do something stupid like give Tyler Algier 8 carries a game.
So Atlanta threw the ball only 24.4 times per game last season. That was the 2nd lowest of any team since 2006.
Was that lower than the Bears ended up doing?
No, the Bears. So if you exclude the Bears, it's 2nd lowest since 1993. Yeah. So to me, this isn't an exciting offense. They have a bad quarterback who is not at all accurate. Okay, you got a running back. That's great, but what does this mean for Drake London and Kyle Pitts? That's still an area of concern.
Yeah.
Shout out to Jason Bonet. That is my brother. I know we have a different last name, but we are brothers. So
is he as hot as Lisa Bonet?
I don't know who that is, but
you don't know who Lisa Bonet is?
Huge shout out.
Denise
He's locked into mock drafts, Joe.
Denise Huxtable?
He's locked in.
Is that from the Bill Cosby show?
Yes.
I don't know.
Bill Cosby is canceled. Lisa Bonet decidedly is not. She was recently married to Jason Momoa, and also has an incredibly hot daughter, Zoe Kravitz.
Oh, okay. I know who you're talking about.
Zoe Kravitz is Lisa Bonet and Lenny Kravitz's daughter.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I
Anyway,
had no idea. I'm not a pop culture stan here. I'm sorry. But yeah, so
you don't seem like the type who's watching reruns. You've got too much good stuff to do in your life.
This is pretty true.
Yeah. Looks like the Titans are up could the Titans take Levis? This is the next Levis spot, I would guess.
Yeah, that'd be interesting, right?
Mm-hmm.
I hope they take Lucas Van Ness so Detroit is not tempted. because I really do. If the Lions walk away with Lucas Van Ness at 12, I'm gonna have to leave the stream briefly. Okay.
So, the Darnell Wright thing, I did hear some maturity concerns, but very clear. I mean, by the way, he went after somebody on Twitter, which
apparently that happens often.
I also have to think, like, what would I have been doing if I was 20 and on Twitter? When I was 20, Facebook didn't even have the home feed. Like, your home page was just your profile. So, yeah, sorry. I guess the Lisa Bonet talk got a little tickle in Quentin's nether regions going. He's been commenting on that. It is dark outside, so I feel like
fantasy points after dark.
So how were you going to jump off the roof of your house?
Well, I was going to climb up to I was going to cheat a little bit. The back porch is like a 15 foot roof. That's what I would have jumped off, and I would have jumped onto a mattress or something. But I was really looking forward to it. I was going to wait till Brawley's coming down in 3 weeks for a golfing outing. Coming down, we're going to play 3 courses down here, and I was going to Brawley was like, well, please make sure that you wait until we're done with our golf rounds before you. And I said I was going to do it on Sunday when we were done, and I was just going to go. I was going to make my guy McPherson from the Eagles send me a Bijan jersey, and maybe I was going to do something for charity. But it was not to be. And now we still don't know. But there is no way the Eagles would have passed on Jalen Carter with Bijan. It would have taken Bijan Robinson with Jalen Carter on the board. It just wasn't going to happen. Now
Tennessee
maybe if the Tennessee picks in. Now this is interesting.
And it correlates with my mock draft. Peter Skoronski is the pick here at 11 to Tennessee. This is a good pick for them. It also makes me really nervous because that's who I was kind of low-key hoping the Lions are going to take at 12. Lucas Van Ness is now sitting there for the Lions.
Now, the Green Bay Packers select Will Levis to learn behind Jordan Love for when he takes over. Phenomenal.
Yeah, so Lions are on the clock now, but Skoronski is the best offensive lineman in this draft. So Tennessee needs interior guys. They need tackles. It's a great.
But very, very clearly, the team, Chicago and Arizona valued traits over safety here
for sure. And just it is scary. There's literally 0 examples of a successful tackle in the NFL right now with 32-inch arms. 0 examples. Yeah. So just about every team is probably going to have Skoronski as a guard. Maybe the Titans don't. I'm not sure though.
Who was the Giants guard who kicked out to left tackle, Scott? The veteran, and it kind of almost broke the mold for a while.
Who'd you say the Giants?
Wasn't Sean O'Hara, was it?
No, it was like
Chris Snee.
I don't think it was Snee. It was like
I know who you're talking about. Pugh?
Was it Justin Pugh?
Pugh's like both interior and tackle.
No. David Deal.
Oh, okay. Well, Pugh had really tiny arms.
Yeah, because David Deal started his career as a guard, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and then 2005 he was a left guard. And then David Deal, but he was like one of the ones where they were like, I think it was David Deal. He was the one who I was thinking of. But yeah, it's still. Yeah, I mean, the question is, would you rather have a great guard or a good tackle? And I think that's an open debate, but I think good tackle is what most people would say.
Which is why I start Skoronski at tackle. Let him lose that opportunity.
Yeah. Joe, are you hanging with us for a little longer? We do have Chris Wecht waiting in the wings.
Yeah, you can go to Mr. Wecht here.
Okay. What does the 2-point stance have coming down the pipe for after the draft?
So on Drake and I are gonna go team by team on Sunday, and we're just gonna talk what changed for fantasy, who stocks up, who stocks down, evaluating veterans and rookies. So I think that's the best way to do it, just from a pure fantasy perspective.
I love to hear that. Well, everybody, Joe Dolan, everyone, we're going to take a quick second. When we come back, we're going to have Chris Wecht on to talk some NFL draft. Sit tight. Phenomenal. Chris, you're coming into one heck of a program. How are you feeling? How are you doing? What have you enjoyed so far today? I mean, you got the Eagles hat on. You got to be feeling pretty good.
That's all I got to say, man. Fly, Eagles, fly. Howie Roseman does it again. He's just lapping the fields with the NFL. I mean, that was my hope that Jalen Carter would get to them. I did not. I put out a mock draft today, and I was sure that they weren't going to be able to get him from staying at 10, or not only having to move one spot up. I ended up not thinking they would get him at all, and he basically falls all the way to them. They basically give up what's equivalent of like a 5th round pick this year. That is the best pick of the draft by far, and I don't even think it's close.
Yeah, you're not worried about the off the field issues, Chris?
No, I think Joe laid it out pretty well. The Eagles have a guy that like digs super deep into all this stuff. They do their research when it comes to this stuff, and if there was something that they were worried about, they would have been totally fine passing on him, and it just doesn't seem like.
Well, Todd McShay brought it up before the racing incident. He got skewered for it. And then he showed up at his pro day and severely overweight and couldn't run any of the drills.
Yeah, I wonder. So I've
As
also
a giant,
heard him and Jordan Davis are like actually very close.
Oh,
I mean,
that's
it's
right.
not
That's a huge
surprising.
point.
And
Yeah.
like Davis was actually a big positive influence on him when they were both at Georgia. I'm sure they talked to Jordan Davis and asked him about his character and whatnot and all that stuff. So I'm sure there was some extra reassurance that maybe other teams don't have, knowing that they had Jordan Davis on their team and potentially could get him to have the good character issues that maybe didn't have this past year at Georgia. I mean, I don't know for sure, but I'm sure that helped ease their minds even a little bit more.
Right. As a Giants fan, I just hope he somehow sabotages that locker room.
Chris Enzo thinks Kenny Galladay might be available for a tall wide receiver for the New York Giants there, Scott.
Yeah.
Still a free agent.
I think they're going CB. I heard they like my guy Marvin Mims, which is awesome. I just hate how the Eagles are so much better than the Giants, and yet somehow the Eagles are picking top 10 and the Giants are picking at 25. Oh, God.
So, Brett, one last time, prediction for Tennessee, or have you been told already?
Well, we've already announced it.
Okay.
Peter
It's just a
Skorowski
little slow.
is the pick.
Where is Levis going now?
New England.
I'm going to
It's
stick to my
gotta be.
guns. New England at 14.
If it's not there,
100%.
it's Washington or Tampa.
Say Washington again.
Washington.
Wash. You got that East Coast in you. Washington.
Yeah, I appreciate that you don't have a Midwestern accent, even though you're from the Midwest, because every like mock draft podcast I listen to, the guy has a Midwestern accent that's so heavy. It's like
What is a Midwestern?
Fargo. Oh, hey there. Hi. Yeah. Hi. How are you
That's like
doing?
I'm
Minnesota.
so offended by that as a Canadian. Like, you have no idea.
Fargo, eh? No
Oh,
doubt
yeah.
about
No.
it.
Oh, so sorry there. Didn't see you. Oh, watch behind you. You know, I'm coming around there.
Oh my
Yeah, so
God! No
sorry.
way.
Yes, way.
Hold on. I got the Lions pick. It's an effing mind blower.
Oh my!
Will Levis?
I won't spoil it.
No.
It has to be
JSN.
Oh, this.
Oh,
No.
what? Oh, what was our comp, Brett? What was our comp?
No.
DeAndre Swift on TRT.
Oh
Wait,
my!
what
God,
just
damn.
happened?
I mean, that's the worst pick of the draft now.
Is
and
this
it's not even
Gibbs?
close?
Jahmyr Gibbs, running back, Alabama to the Lions at 12.
What is Detroit doing? Oh my God.
DeAndre Swift is so in the doghouse.
I've
David
been trying to
Montgomery
tell
plus
fools.
Jahmyr Gibbs. That's not even like a fun fantasy landing spot, because then he's just, pigeonholed to scat back plus duties, right?
Oh my
Guys,
God.
I'm. Oh,
Would you rather go back to the Lucas Van Ness thing or
Yeah, I think you would.
Lucas Van Ness. Sorry, Lucas Van Mess. Give me Lucas Van Mess. Oh my God.
I don't think this is a good landing spot. I think.
For fantasy, bro, this is brutal.
Yeah.
Brutal. I mean, you kind of knew Gibbs would be not ever really a bell cow guy anyways, but this is like Montgomery's a touch hog.
Detroit just fucking hates DeAndre Swift's guts, don't they?
They're trading him, right? They have to.
No, they'll just cut him. They just like
well, I want to
actually think he's a wussy, and they don't want any wussies on Dan Campbell's team.
I want
kneecaps.
I want to pull up a comment from earlier. I'm gonna look for it right now because there was a question that we had to pass by a little earlier. So with the Lions building up picks, do they snipe JSN from Green Bay and trade Swift and picks and make a move for Bijan? With Gibbs, I mean, the moving Swift is definitely on the table. It has to be.
Oh yeah,
like, there's no way they keep him.
I mean, who wants it?
Yeah, you can't get anything for him.
So let's actually provide some analysis for this pick. So Gibbs is my 27th player on my board. I like Gibbs a lot. Fantastic player. Guys, he's a running back.
Right.
We don't draft running backs in the first.
He's not only just a running back, but he's a fairly one-dimensional running back in comparison to Bijan. I have argued against running backs don't matter from the perspective that, well, they matter in the passing game.
Yeah.
They don't matter as much as wide receivers or tight ends, but like that's valuable. And he's without a doubt the best pass catching back to come out in something like 5 years. But I'm not taking a running back this early, especially not one like this.
The comment's not happy.
They couldn't get him at 18. That's the crazy part.
Yeah, like who are they worried about?
I need that intel now. Like who was set up to take Gibbs between?
Oh, they traded up for him.
No, they traded back.
Oh,
yeah, that was part of the.
Oh,
6 to 12.
Yeah,
you're saying they couldn't trade back again?
No, they have the 18th pick also, Scott.
Oh, right.
So who were they worried about taking him? Quentin Fensky says Swift should just go to the Chargers. I mean, sure.
Yeah, we got the Chiefs as well.
A couple games.
This is not good.
So we, according to Brett and I's,
don't say it. God dang it.
Value calculator, we've yet to have a pick. Only one pick has fallen below 90% of earning the max amount of points given the draft slot. The Gibbs pick is a 77 percentile pick right now.
And how are you calculating this?
It's a system we built.
Yeah, we basically we assigned pick values to 1 through all the picks in the draft
based on Brett's board.
Using the Spielberger Fitzgerald value chart. We then juxtapose that to my draft board.
Yeah,
figure out pick values.
Theoretically,
shout out to Ross Tucker who just tweeted out a clip of me talking about Jahmyr Gibbs. So,
did you compare him to DeAndre Swift?
I don't remember. I did that pod like 4 weeks ago, but I did the running back pod 4 weeks ago. Anyways,
the comments are not happy. Things are shook.
Scott Rudder says Gibbs should have been available at the 34th pick. I don't think that's true, Scott. I think he was for sure going to go in the first round. And judging by the fact that it took him 12th, they assumed he was going earlier than 18. So doesn't make the pick good. I don't think they were getting him at 34 though.
So JSN to Green Bay has to be a lock now. You'd think. And then Will Levis to New England. Like, I love it. Let's fire Mac Jones into the sun. I love it. Fantastic.
So we've had a pretty good run of since what, like the McCaffrey Fournette year of no top 10 running backs, and then we get 2 in the top 12 this year. Pretty wild.
Yeah, absolutely. Just in 2 maybe spots that weren't the best, because you have to think upsize capped for all 3 backs in Detroit. Has to be.
Ooh.
Oh, that's not good, Brett.
Pick is in for the Packers.
Packers fans going to be
really happy as a Lions fan, so we get some retribution right away.
Lucas Van Ness.
Lucas Van Ness.
Oh no.
You're gonna eat your words on that. He's a superstar.
That is the landing spot. And again, Scott, Lucas Van Ness, I've been talking about him to the Packers for like 2 months now because he reminds me so much of Rashawn Gary, their other edge defender.
The Packers take a wide receiver thing never made sense. They literally just don't do it. They don't draft skill players in the first round. Like it was crazy. I mean, I wasn't expecting Van Ness here either, but
I never expected offense from them, to be quite frank.
Yeah.
I wonder why Rodgers wanted
tight
it.
end talk was ridiculous.
The Van Ness scores does still beat out the Jahmyr Gibbs score.
Yeah, thanks. Wait, does it really? How?
Just by 1 percentage point, not even one.
Really? Because Gibbs is like 14 spots higher on my board.
But we dock running backs for the position value.
Oh, I'm surprised you didn't dock them more than I assumed you weren't factoring that in. Are you gonna come out with some like interesting content on this?
Yes. That's
so like at the end of round one, it's
Yeah, I'm gonna write it up tonight for the site tomorrow morning.
That's great. Who's your best player available right now?
Best player available is Jackson Smith in Jigba.
Oh my God, yeah. Why hasn't he gone yet? I hate that.
I think I really want Levis in New England, but if they pass on JSN at this point.
Oh, and that everyone would just trip over themselves. Oh, typical Patriots. We haven't been typical Patriots in a long time.
I think it's got to be the team. We've heard over and over that the teams don't like this wide receiver class. A lot of them, whether they think they can only play in the slot or not, is up for debate. And I think it's just teams not thinking. I mean, JSN is probably the clear number one, but maybe they just don't think he's an elite talent the way that we've seen Chase and Drake London and Garrett Wilson.
My boy Joey MCBR in the chat has asked, if the Lions go Gibbs at 12, why not Robinson at 6? The simple long short answer to that is pick 34. They got pick 34. So if you're ever going to draft a running back in the first round, do it after trading back, I guess, because they got the 34th pick out of it. But I would much rather have Gibbs in 34 than Bijan, if that makes sense.
I would have even taken 18 over 12. I would love to know who they thought was going to take Gibbs this early.
I mean, that was the word on the street, was that a lot of teams like him and he's going to go early. I never bought into it, but clearly I was wrong.
Yeah, somebody definitely thinks that. Christian Gonzalez still on the board too. A lot of people thought he would be gone by now.
Oh, I predicted that one.
I know. I'm just saying generally. We know
stereotypical Packers is a white Iowa defensive end. Yeah,
Dean Lowry replacement.
I thought we were gonna have some more fun with this, Brad. I thought you were gonna be a Lucas Van Ness guy, and I was gonna be, oh, he stinks. He never started a game, even though he basically played every snap. But yeah, so I'm surprised to hear you like it. You don't like him, so I kind of want to argue for him. Wasn't he a freak athlete?
He tested as a good athlete, but it doesn't really show up on tape.
Yeah.
They do something weird. They train their guys really good for the combine, then they're never good athletes in the NFL.
In Penn State?
Well, Penn State guys are good athletes in the NFL, though. Or some of them, at least.
I mean, he had 10.5 tackles for loss, 6 sacks.
What if I told you, Scott, he never started a single game for Iowa?
No, I know that. But that was because the coach is like a weirdo, and there was two older players ahead of him. So
Correct.
They gave veteran deference, but he basically played like 90% of the snaps, right?
No. He played less than 50%.
No.
Yeah.
Wow. That's not what I heard. That's bad. But I mean, so if you're an NFL team, though, you can look at that and be like, damn, 10.5 tackles for loss, 6 sacks, and 50% of the snaps, just double those, and he looks like the elite.
I do love the landing spot for him. I mean, the Packers have turned these guys into really good players. Big, powerful, long edge rushers, whether it's Rashawn Gary, Preston Smith, just of recent examples. Dean Lowry. I think this landing spot is really, really good for him. So Pitt just traded up to this pick. Pittsburgh Steelers.
So they're
Traded up.
The Pittsburgh Steelers traded from 17 to 14.
All right. So which
offensive lineman, yeah.
Is who's the best offensive
Broderick
lineman?
Jones.
Okay.
Or who else is left? Anton Harrison, but he's usually gone after Jones in most people's mock draft. You have Broderick Jones ahead of Harrison, right, Brett?
I have Harrison going earlier.
But you're a big
Broderick's a better player by a
yeah. You have the big okay. That's what I thought.
This could be Christian Gonzalez too.
Yeah, corner.
Wow. Yeah, I can't believe Christian Gonzalez has fallen so much. Detroit is thanking Scott Barrett for his comparison tweet. Gibbs to Eckler. Oh, yeah, true. I mean, it's hard to be Eckler when you have David Montgomery there, but it could be like Austin Eckler when Melvin Gordon was there. How about that? When you suck on that.
Who? Oh, that wasn't me. Okay, cool.
And who was your CB1, Brett?
Devin Witherspoon.
It was? Is that the guy who was like perfect everywhere except ball skills?
Witherspoon?
Or was that Chris? What was your comp for Witherspoon and Christian Gonzalez?
I didn't do comps for them, but
You did. You told it to me. It was you were like, can you guess this? I'll give you $1 if you guess it. And then I guessed it.
Christian Gonzalez moves like a Sindarin elf, is what I said. Legolas from Lord of the Rings.
Dude, you're such a nerd. Yeah.
That's a great, phenomenal reference, Brett. Don't let them say otherwise.
Thank you. I agree.
Lord of the Rings?
But Witherspoon's ball skills are insane, dude. That's why he just went 5th overall.
I'm not a ball skills guy. Like the most predictive and sticky stats we have for cornerbacks to evaluate how good they are is target rate. That's better than yards per route run allowed, which is second best. Passer rating, passes defensed, interceptions, not as important, not as sticky.
I hate to interrupt this anti-film monologue, but Broderick Jones is the pick to Pittsburgh.
Well, anti-film monologue.
Anti-film monologue, yeah.
Okay, Jets take JSN. There you go. Reuniting Garrett Wilson and Jackson Smith and Jigba. I'm just going to say every team.
What do you think JSN's realistic, or really just first wide receiver off the board at this point? Because I don't think the Jets are really that likely. Washington doesn't seem likely. New England is definitely in play. And then otherwise you're getting into
Detroit,
the 20 range. 18. Yeah, Detroit.
Redeem yourselves. Let's go.
That wouldn't. No, you don't. You got
what
the
if
sun going. You don't need another.
What if they're trying Gibbs out at wide receiver and we just don't know it? He averaged more yards per route run than Josh Downs.
Who's Josh Downs? I'm unfamiliar with that player.
I don't get it.
Oh, is he a guy in this draft or something?
Oh my God!
Because when I watched North Carolina's film, I didn't see him anywhere. Sorry.
Oh, got him.
Van Ness was 20th in total snaps for edge rushers in the Big Ten. Chris says, and he adds the lol.
Hashtag not a full-time player.
Hashtag trash.
Hashtag trash.
That's garbage.
That's actually, that's not too bad, but it's not as bad as I thought. But it's still pretty bad.
Did they say what they gave up to trade up yet?
I can't find it.
Yeah, I don't see it anywhere. So do we think the Packers Jets pick swap was intentional? Van Ness I've seen mocked to the Patriots. Do you think the Packers really want him?
Oh, because he's such a Patriots guy too.
That's a good point.
That's a great
point. Who did I say Van Ness reminded me of? Dietrich Wise. There you
go. So Patriots traded with Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Do we know what they got?
Oh, so I have not seen compensation yet.
Baby. 22's on the way. I mean, what do you think the Jets do here? Right? They just give Rodgers more to work with. Is there an offensive lineman, Brett, that stands out?
Offensive lineman.
For who?
The New York Football Jets.
I mocked them Christian Gonzalez, so
Okay.
we'll see. We will see. And I was told, I got several DMs today actually that said 0% chance Christian Gonzalez is available at 15.
Well, receipts. Receipts.
I'm not
Get
going
the
to
names.
expose DMs. I'm not going to expose DMs. But, I would like to, but I won't.
My mind is still blown that we have 2 running backs off the board and no wide receivers and no tight ends.
I'm pretending Gibbs is a receiver just for my sanity.
Two running backs taken before a single wide receiver.
We have traveled back in
Crazy.
time 10 years tonight.
Arthur Smith. He's to blame. He's to blame. He has to be.
These freaking meathead coaches is what it is.
Who was Kareem Hunt in January of 2017? Bring back that Scott Barrett magic.
Man, 2017 was a killer year for me. I just got everything right. That was awesome.
We're reliving it right now, Scott. You're just
I believe
you
it.
never left the good times, buddy.
I believe it.
Uh,
That was a way
available-
better class, though.
Top 3 best available for me, by the way, is Jackson Smith and Jigba. Actually, yeah, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Miles Murphy, Jordan Addison, Christian Gonzalez.
The Steelers got the 14th overall pick for the 17 and a 4th round pick.
Basically what the Eagles paid kind of to move one
That's
spot,
not
but
bad.
it's next year's pick instead of this year.
these
It doesn't
these
say if it's a 2023 4th round pick.
Patriots just going to keep moving back to take your top-rated FCS player we've never heard of.
maybe they're just reading the room thinking. I mean, Levis. If Levis hits Tampa Bay, he's gone. I think they jump on that immediately. Other than that, the Vikings. I mean, that's it. There's no one else left.
Yeah,
Chargers.
I think the
no.
Jets
Seattle
might be
at
scrambling
20.
a little bit right now.
Where's a good draft tracker? Having trouble keeping track of all these trades.
Yeah, what was the over under for trades in the first round? I think we've already we've already passed it.
Have we? Has there been 5?
Eagles,
Texans,
Texans, Lions.
Texans
Lions,
twice.
Eagles.
Yeah, Texans.
No, just once.
Right?
Once.
Didn't they? Oh, right.
And then this was the 4th.
This is the 4th.
It'd be
Arizona.
Cardinals did.
No, Arizona did twice. That's
Right.
what it is.
I knew once
We're
someone
5.
did twice.
No.
Yeah.
Wait, Arizona traded back twice?
They
12 and
traded
then to
down and
6.
traded up, right?
Oh.
Yep.
Well, no, we double counted that. That's the Lions pick.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, so it's been 4.
Yeah.
But solid
gonna-
chance we hit the over though.
Yeah, we're gonna hit the over.
They want the pick. Leak it. Leak it.
That Broderick Jones pick, one of the way, is one of the better values so far of the night, according to Brett's board.
What's the best pick so far? Eagles?
Yes.
No, Richardson.
No, Eagles is slightly better.
Even with the trade up?
Yeah, I guess with the
good
trade
point,
up.
good point.
With the trade up, yeah.
No, with the trade up, they should still win.
Nah, it's a 4th round pick or what
QB's
was it?
gonna pump, Scott.
Oh, okay. Then there you go.
Yeah. A
I was
late
gonna say
4th round pick
101 for
is worth essentially like a 5th round pick this year. So the difference in the value Richardson had and Carter had was
8 up.
pretty much we valued them basically the same with the QB bump. So
I tweeted something out where I was just like, oh, why Jahmyr Gibbs? Well, he's far and away the best pass catching running back in a number of years. And I listed a bunch of stats and I got 3 angry tweets that were like, bro, he's not even the best pass catching running back in this class. And so like I went to go see who they thought the best, and they said Deuce Vaughn. So yeah, that's where we're at. The 145-pound, 5'3" running back.
He's roughly your size, right, Scott?
Bro, I don't know why I'm getting dunked on like I'm short. I'm like 5'10.75.
Weight, Scott. Come on. What are you weighing these days? 160?
I was at my peak at like 164. I'm
Oh
thinking
my.
back down to 156 when I got back on nicotine. Not great.
Just a casual warm-up bench rep for Brett.
Yeah.
Looks like the Jets are on the phone with whoever they're picking. So other than Gonzalez, who else could this be realistically?
Brian Branch?
Yeah. That makes
Top
sense.
offensive
Nolan
lineman.
Smith.
Nolan
What about
Smith
Nolan
is still on the board. Yeah.
Could be JSN, you know?
Oh, they're showing Nolan Smith on the camera now.
There you go. Is it him? Is that confirmed?
No.
Would the Commanders?
Oh, sorry. So someone was in my DM, said boom, called it, and I thought that was a confirmation of something happened, but no.
Let's have a look. God bless the Lions, paying him back $18 million, drafting Swift in the early second in 2020, and taking Gibbs top 15. We can stop saying this team with no defense is smart.
Find someone who loves you like the Lions hate DeAndre Swift.
Does Deuce even get drafted?
Ooh,
Question.
Jets pick is in. It's another earth shatterer.
No.
Will McDonald the fourth.
What?
Everyone we've been told he's gonna go higher than people think.
Yeah, we thought he'd go early. Or we were told he would. Wow, ahead of Nolan Smith.
Ahead of Nolan Smith, a very similar player to Nolan Smith, but ahead of Nolan Smith. So,
Son of Thanks, Barry. I appreciate that, buddy. I needed that update today. Thanks. My bet's still on the line. Leafs in 6. Don't sweat it. Just went way down the board. They got blindsided. Says Joe. I told you Pats trade out of the 14th.
Who do we think sniped them then?
Steelers.
Oh,
Yeah.
Will McDonald was my pick for the Seahawks because he's an old, hyper athletic Senior Bowl standout. BRB.
I feel like we know
Be right
nothing about
back.
this draft anymore.
Oh, you son of a gun. No problem. Always trying to cheer you up. Like I said, the bet's still on the line. Leafs in 6, baby. Don't worry about it. We're cashing that in.
Are we talking hockey on a draft stream? What's going on here?
I had to.
That's illegal.
The people are posting
That's
comments.
illegal.
I gotta reply.
Nope.
I mean, they're the ones hitting subscribe.
You're doing Canadian things here, Thomas. Come on.
Oh yeah. Oh, sorry. Eh? Oh, I apologize. Oh, didn't mean that one. Oh yeah. Oh, we'll make it up to you there. Good, eh? Jets totally wanted the offensive tackle. Steelers stole their lunch money. I wouldn't say the Jets tanked the pick, but definitely could have moved back slightly. Remember when the Falcons in 2015 passed on Todd Gurley at 8 for Vic Beasley? Joe Dolan, Brett, when did you last weigh 156? The hard-hitting questions.
Fifth grade? I don't know.
Oh, man.
I honestly don't even know.
Brett and I were talking earlier today, and I was telling him I was a runt my whole life, even though my dad was like 6'3" and like huge. Wish I lived up to that. He comped me to Will Levis. He said, what was it? I have like a rational confidence that, you're just like, this guy's weird. Why is he putting mayonnaise in his coffee and doing weird stuff? But you just buy into it because the confidence is so intense. Or like the loud, I don't know, personality.
I just want to point out, Quentin, that this show and stream is being hosted in Canada. So technically, this is Canada.
Yeah, you might get banned from hosting future live streams for that.
It's okay. I'm going to make the most of it while I can, eh? Who is Washington taking? The people need to know.
I think corner makes a lot of sense. Gonzalez going here, I think makes a ton
Will
of
Levis makes a lot of sense.
Yes. Please let this be the end of Sam Howell.
No, Schrager said they're happy with Sam Howell.
Yeah, I bet.
Sleepy Sam is over there turning heads.
Would you
Hey,
rather
that
have
was
Sam
that was
Howell or
Renner's
Will Levis?
QB1, Brett.
Will Levis?
No, Howell, right? Wasn't he like everyone's QB1?
Last year's class was junk though, so like, what are we doing?
Yeah. All right.
Would you rather have Will Levis or Sam Howell, given the cost?
Levis.
Given the cost, Sam
Yeah.
Howell.
Right.
This poor kid's embarrassing himself on this ESPN stream.
Oh no. Oh no,
Oh,
that's
God.
never good. We know what happened the last time.
I said that about a Make-A-Wish kid. Now I feel terrible.
Oh God.
Oh, that's getting clipped, baby. Run it back.
Oh no.
Oh, that's
Brett.
clipped. That's clipped. Clipped, Brett.
No, I didn't
Make
know.
fun of
It's like-
Canada
Oh,
again, Brett.
no.
Make
We
fun of
in
Canada
our
again.
defense, we have it on mute and we're juggling a bunch of different stuff.
Oh God, I saw it late, guys. I saw it late. I'm sorry.
Make fun of us again. One more time.
Wait, why are you saying us? What's happening?
Canada. Oh my gosh. Strong
Oh,
2 point stance taking over the chat room, he says.
Someone asked me if Gibbs is now the 103, I guess, in non-super flex dynasty. I mean, what do? You balance round one draft capital against he's not going to be a bell cow.
It is.
I don't know. I'm excited for these post-draft pressers. I think that's going to be huge. And I'm going to spend 84 hours watching every single one of them. And we'll see what Dan Talika has to say.
It is one of the better landing spots.
Oh
for
my
running
God.
back.
Is it?
Pick.
With Montgomery there? Yeah. What is it, Brett?
Pick is in.
A corner is off the board that is not Christian Gonzalez.
Is it a
It's
skinny
not
guy?
Deontay Banks.
Forbes?
It is Emmanuel Forbes.
Wow.
Corner from Mississippi State.
Dang.
Yeah, my guy told me he was going to go way earlier than anyone thought. He's so skinny, but I mean, like the NFL seemingly stopped caring about skinny wide receivers. So why wouldn't you make an exception for the skinny cornerback who's guarding them? What do you think, Brett? Where were you at on him?
On Forbes?
Yeah, if he was like 25 pounds heavier, what would you think of him? And then as he is,
I didn't really factor the weight into his evaluation. 38th on my board. CB6 scored an 85.4, which is just outside of the first round. So a little early for him, but like premium position, a position I value a lot.
So this is probably worse than the Gibbs pick, according to your Chris Wecht chart.
We're giving CBs a slight bump, right?
No, they came out okay with their score, with your already built-in bump to your big board score. It's a slightly better pick than the Gibbs pick.
Yuck.
It's close though.
Yeah. So Forbes, ball hawking kind of guy. He's going to be great in that zone heavy Washington scheme. You know, he's not going to be playing press man, which is good at the weight he's at. So, one of my players I see similarities to is Josh Norman. Actually, wrote that in my notes on him. Josh Norman obviously was great for the Carolina Panthers. Guess who his head coach was? Ron Rivera. Guess who the head coach of the Washington Commanders is? Ron Rivera. So,
Interesting.
Yeah, Forbes is a way better athlete than Norman as well. So this is
I was going to bring that up.
This is probably good. Good fit. He needed to go to a team that's comfortable playing off zone, letting him get his eyes on the quarterback, butt to the sideline, stuff like that. So good fit.
Well, now it's the Patriots, and our Will Levis pick can happen.
Hard to imagine they would trade back if they were really interested in
Right.
Levis, though.
But I mean, kind of with Mac Jones too, they were just like,
I guess we'll take
all
one.
right, you want to do this? Okay. Like Belichick looked angry before he picked up the phone to call him on that draft night.
I mean, he could end up being right about that, being mad.
There's a
It's gotta be
surprising
Jalen.
amount of people in the mock draft contest that didn't have Jalen Carter in the first round.
What?
Yeah,
I guess they're not very high ranking.
they currently are. One of them is in second place currently.
Take that, Chris Wecht.
Dang.
I mean, obviously he's probably going to fall off because of that. But
This has to be JSN.
shout out to Russell Brown, who's currently sitting in second place, tied for second place. Russell Brown's a good buddy of mine. He is at Fantasy Pros and Lions Wire. He was a guest on the Clock Pod. Good talent evaluator himself. So,
And we've already had 3 on the fence guys go in the first round, and we're halfway through between Forbes, McDonald, and Gibbs. There's
it's
not
this
a
class though. It's this class. This class is wild. Everyone,
yeah.
it would be wild, but
There's definitely going to be some guys left out that maybe people weren't thinking.
Who's the best player on your board right now?
JSN.
Oh my God, I can't believe he still hasn't gone.
Yeah, we should be coming to a run of skill players here.
It's got to be JSN in New England. It has to be if it's not Will Levis. I can't imagine.
If they traded back and got JSN, that's kind of savage.
So they just knew they had to. Jets, Washington, they could have felt good about him not going to either of those spots.
Man.
Is Brian Drake in the chat?
Bum, 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 bum.
He's tweeting us saying, "Come join us in the chat."
I do not see him.
Does he have an account in here that's not his name?
Maybe he just hasn't commented yet. He's a lurker.
A lurker.
He's a company man. Brian Drake.
Yeah, there you go.
Company
man. Patriots just drafted cornerback Christian Gonzalez.
Right.
That makes
Patriots going to Patriot. Oh, of course he falls into their lap.
Again, Scott, guess who I had in my initial mock draft?
No.
I had Patriots.
You
Yes.
might be in first right now if you stuck with it.
I'd be close.
Is that the
So you're
best Patriots
22
pick?
right
Oh, there he goes. Drake is FF Hustle. There you go.
Oh.
Shout out.
Yo, we got the 2-point stance crew in the chat. Live going ham in the chat. I love this.
Gonzalez that's one of the best picks the Patriots have made in years.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I've got my doubts on Christian Gonzalez personally, but he fits that scheme tremendously. Profiles as a press man guy, so that's why I had him going to the Raiders in my. I think in mock draft 2.0 and 3.0, I had the Raiders taking Christian Gonzalez because they run the same scheme as the Patriots. Perfect fit.
All right. All right, Brett, Lions are up again. Is there a pick they can make that can redeem the Gibbs pick?
Yes. There's a few. JSN would redeem the Gibbs pick. Well, let's just go through the board really quick. JSN would redeem the Gibbs pick.
You're muted, Scott.
Thanks, Chris. That would be the worst landing spot in my opinion.
Yeah.
I'm not saying JSN slot only. I'm not saying Amon-Ra's slot only, but they're definitely both better in the slot. Seems like a redundancy issue.
Didn't Amon-Ra played like 60% on the outside last year?
No, I think it was
It's a little high.
3%. And he was worse there when they did the when they had the other guys in there.
Anyways, Amon-Ra has said publicly he wants to play on the outside more.
Oh, okay, cool.
That's a thing. Also, JSN can play on that. I mean, I hear what you're saying. It is a little redundant to have both those guys. It's not necessarily ideal. You're going to lack dynamic in your.
I mean, I just say this is a guy who has a lot of exposure to both players already.
You had it flipped, Brett. 60 in the slot, 40 out wide.
Okay. 40 out wide, and he wants to play out there more.
And he has actually strong yards per out run on the outside, 2.96.
Ooh, that's really strong.
Yeah.
So Paris Johnson Jr. would be great. Dalton Kincaid, although
Paris Johnson Jr.
Did I say sorry? Jackson Smith and Jigba. I was looking at Ohio State and just blanked. Jackson Smith and Jigba would be great. Dalton Kincaid would be okay. Now, I probably would throw up if they took running back, tight end in the first round, 2 non-premium positions. Miles Murphy, Kalijah Cansey, Deontay Banks. I'd love that. Brian Branch, we'd love that. Nolan Smith, I'd love that at this point. There's a lot of options here. Quentin Johnston, I'd love that. Jordan Addison, I'd love that.
Ooh, I would love my bets would love Quentin Johnson off the board over before JSN.
Steve Palazzolo had a great take. Jets need to draft Will Levis to motivate Aaron Rodgers. Love it.
Oh, how perfect would that be? Just to send him off the fucking rails.
Hey, he won two MVPs last time that happened.
I know, but imagine I finally got away. I got away from the team that kept drafting backups. It's me now. It's only me. The Jets pick Will Levis. Fuck. It'd be immediate comedy. I mean, for the hashtag meme team over at Fantasy Points, it would just be printing money.
You know who I'd like to see the Lions take? Maybe Zach Charbonnet, Tank Bigsby.
Joe had a great comment. Brett, what if the Detroit takes Levis?
Hey, why not?
This is the breaking point in the draft where I think Levis is a good value, so I'm fine with that.
Right.
Like a good value? Like you're excited about it?
No, I would not be excited about Will Levis in the 7th round, but it's good value. Value.
What's the dollar sign difference for people that may not know, like myself? The difference between taking that quarterback in the top 5 or the bottom kind of half of the first round? There's got to be a significant dollar value.
It definitely is.
Yeah.
Plus, you still end up with the 5th round or the 5th year option if Will Levis somehow doesn't blow it. So I think that's got to maybe play in if people don't think he's that elite of a prospect and they're comfortable waiting on the salary. So maybe one of these up to the limit cap teams could look to maybe trade back in. I think there's some scenarios with Levis going late that could be financial. Narrative to build. I don't know.
Whoa, Brett. Did you see Brad Holmes' reaction to locking up Jahmyr Gibbs?
No, was he happy?
Yeah, they fucking love this dude. Oh my god.
Well, that's good to know.
Chat. Yo, he is losing his mind. Wow.
Is it on the Detroit Lions Twitter page?
So I remember telling you after watching his reaction to Jamison Williams, and Aiden Hutchinson, I'm like, they seem disappointed. And then in the post-draft presser, they're like, oh my God, he's losing his mind. In the post-draft presser, he was just like, yeah, we liked both edge players, but we went with Aiden and we liked a lot of the wide receivers and we got Jamison. And that's what this guy is doing cartwheels.
Yeah, this is why I can't.
This is wild, right? Thomas, can you pull this up?
100%. What did you just send me?
It's in the private chat.
I will get rid of this.
If you can get sound on too,
we will go into this.
I hope you haven't watched it yet, Brett. I want to see your reaction.
And allow me.
I have not watched it yet.
This is probably
pull this up.
worthy.
What?
Clip worthy. We can post this to social later. Gotta think about that.
Oh yes. This is phenomenal.
I don't understand. Like, does he in what universe is he in that he just didn't need to take him there?
With the ball in his hands, he strikes multiple cuts together in one run. And he's a heck of a player, and he doesn't cough it up. He's got really good golf.
Come on, Brad.
He's just a running back. I put him as a multi-dimensional, all-purpose player. He's a terrific player. The surprise is not.
I mean, look at the execution.
Campbell's doing nuts too, man.
Are the Lions the next fake sharp team? Are they going down the Los Angeles Chargers route?
I mean, I always thought they
Andrew
were
Jones.
I always thought they were morons, and then I'm like, no, like Cliff is a fake sharp. They're fake donkeys, because look how at the success they're having. Yeah. But now we're going full circle.
Oh my God, I'm gonna freaking lose my mind.
They pick? Oh no. I haven't not seen what it. Oh no.
Oh my God.
Who is it?
Brett might not make it to the end of this draft.
Time to start pounding those Manhattans.
The JSN.
No.
The Will Levis.
Josh Downs.
Linebacker from Iowa, Jack Campbell.
Oh, hell yeah. Who doesn't like Jack Campbell?
Is there relation to Dan Campbell?
No.
Oh, okay.
What's wrong with Jack Campbell? He's awesome.
Ooh,
he's a freak athlete. I haven't watched his tape, but
oh my God,
he seems
awesome
based on everything else.
Brett, I don't think I can be the one to tell you what the score is for this Jack Campbell pick.
Go ahead.
It's a 64 percentile pick. That is 12% lower
And who did you have them taking?
Edabawari.
Yeah, right. And what did your guy tell you about that? Are you okay?
No, I'm not okay.
Chris Sanzo, Lions just flushed every nugget of good faith down the drain. RB and off-ball linebacker. Is this 1998?
I guarantee you they think they got like 3 top 10 guys on their board. I guarantee you they had Gibbs over Bijan.
Oh, I hope not.
I mean, we heard there were multiple
Yeah,
teams.
we
It
did
has
hear
to be
that.
Detroit, right?
And Jack Campbell could easily be the best linebacker on their board and for whatever reason, high on their big board overall.
So I only know one thing about Jack Campbell because I did not watch the tape on him because he's not an offensive player. He has the 12th best weight adjusted 3-cone of any front 7 defender since the year 2001. Freak athlete.
He's not, though.
Has there been a more like potent drop off from elation to depression with one franchise in a draft? Like they were up, they were way up, and now they're way down. They're way down, hilariously down. This is bad. I'm gonna go do a quick Twitter survey. I'm just gonna post Detroit Lions fan or whatever their hashtag is. What's the hashtag? Roar on? Is that there? We're gonna find out. I'm gonna search roar on. Let's see what the
It's like one pride or something, right?
one pride. Here we go. That's right. I'm gonna get some weird results in my searches. That's okay. We'll sift through them. Jack Campbell. Oh, some people are excited. Less about the JSN pick. You can tell who's like fantasy and who's not.
I'm going to buy Brett a Jack Campbell Lions jersey.
Oh my!
It's either that or Gibbs. Which do you rather have?
I mean, at least I would look appropriate wearing 54 on my back, you know?
You know what's crazy is they're probably still going to win the NFC North. And they're going to think all this is validated and just keep going down this path.
Oh my God, man.
Well, Brett, when I'm a billionaire, I'll let you be GM of my team. I won't let you make any picks, but
this has to be Will Levis.
I'll value your opinion as much as I do in here. I'll just be like, I'm not going to watch the tape. I'll just
JSN's never going to make it past the Chargers. I was hoping for a second the Ravens would just get
I heard that the Chargers love Zay Flowers, and we all know the Jordan Addison wide receiver coach connection. What I was told was that I really toyed with the idea of having only one wide receiver in my mock draft, and I wish I went that route, but I've trashed the wide receiver class as much as I could, the running back class after the top 2. And everything I'm hearing is the NFL hates these wide receivers even more than I do.
So where would Justin Ross for you?
A lot of teams have round 1 grades. Yeah.
Where's Justin Ross for you in this draft class?
I would have taken him maybe 107. 107.
Tune in to Best Ball Breakdown every Wednesday for more of Scott Barrett's Justin Ross propaganda. It is can't miss internet television.
You know what's really annoying about the Jack Campbell pick in the junior pick? It's like the Lions went for 2 insanely safe players.
Pick is in.
Yeah, they're not going to be terrible.
Yeah.
Exactly. They just don't move the needle.
Exactly. Kimball's going to be an above average starter at worst. Gibbs is a good running back. They're 2 positions that don't move the needle, and they're safe. And it's like they were in a position to not be safe. They should have swung for the damn fences.
Kalijah Campsey?
Yeah, it's like they said, we've got all these picks. Let's just we can literally put multiple top players at positions on our offense, defense, whatever, and we'll hope that we just have a better team, all-around team than everybody else instead of taking swings.
I heard the Buccaneers are taking Kalijah. I don't think that's real though.
I just can't imagine they don't take a quarterback when they have Baker Mayfield and Kyle Trask.
You got to think a lot of these teams are in the Caleb Wilson sweepstakes though.
Caleb Williams.
Williams.
With the Tampa Bay roster, do you think that they're like, we could wait a year and a half to be good again? I don't think so. Their offense, Godwin, Evans, I don't think they have that time luxury.
I wouldn't be surprised if they look to move a guy like Evans in the near future, just with he's a little bit older, he's would get a good market value. They're in no position to make a run without a QB, like you said. I wonder if that's a road they go down eventually. It is Kalijah Kancey to the Bucs.
Really?
Austin had a great tweet earlier when they took Jahmyr Gibbs. Lions with an early lead on best day 2 pick of the draft. He just quote tweeted it. The Lions overtake the Lions for best day 2 pick of the draft.
Wow.
This is your team, Brett. This is your team they're clowning on.
I mean, they deserve to be clowned. So, like, what am I? I mean, I have no rebuttal,
Well,
Brett is past the point of being upset with this team and is just in despair.
I'm literally speechless. I'm having a hard time forming words. So I'm trying to get my crap together so I can, move on with the night and continue to provide value here on the show.
Who had Jack Campbell to the Lions? Because this person has clear sources.
Everybody did at pick 48.
I mean, in the mock draft contest, can we see that?
I don't know that anyone had him.
Oh, Keith. Hey, shout out Keith. Much love, man. Thanks for popping in with us. Keith is
let's check out his girlfriend. If she's ugly, then this is definitely a bad pick and he's gonna be a bust.
So is this like akin to your Amari Cooper analysis from Best Ball Breakdown?
This is what NFL scouts actually think.
Don't did you watch Moneyball before this? Like, great jawline, bad girlfriend, I think was what they said on Moneyball. Not me.
Right,
on Moneyball.
So who we got now? The Seattle. Hendon Hooker or Will Levis here, maybe.
Hendon Hooker before Will Levis. What are the odds?
Well, I would love to see it.
I mean, Hendon Hooker, Minnesota's still alive and well, but I mean, if Will Levis is there, how could you pass on multiple years of quarterback play?
Hooker has to be a first round pick because if a team is not getting the 5th-year option on him, it just seems like a huge missed opportunity because he might not be ready to play this year. He's older. They could basically have him under contract by the time between his rookie deal, the 5th-year option, 1 franchise tag, and maybe a second one if he's that good. He basically would already be 32 by the time all that's taken care of.
And that's just an argument to not take him flat out.
Bryce Rossler had a banger of a tweet. He's like Twitter's best troll. And he said, you can say there were bigger positions of need for the Lions, but Gibbs and Campbell will start from day one and help Detroit make a run at the NFC North title in 1984.
Oh my gosh.
They could have probably won the NFC North with 0 production from either of these first 2-round picks.
Yeah, that's the crazy. These are we've talked about this with teams at the back of the first round drafting running backs. A lot of times they look at it like cheap wins. So, like, does Gibbs and Campbell make the Lions better next year? Yes, like very so slightly. It's just highly annoying, man.
Oh, I'm so mad I missed my opportunity to hit the emotional damage drop. I'm so sad. I was so caught up in the moment. That's on me.
Don't rule it out. The Lions could trade back. They've got a lot of draft
picks. If they do, I got this button.
Up.
I have it just for Brett, and I actually forgot to use it. I had this button for you, and I'm mad that I didn't drop it when I had the chance. I hope I get another one.
I'm fully expecting the Lions trade back into the first round for Osiris Torrance. Like complete the of of shitty position valued picks.
So funny.
I'm gonna use the bathroom, and when I come back, I'll be in a better mood. I promise.
Whoa, hey,
It's gonna be a long wait. What's going on here?
That's
Okay.
They're questionable
Damn, why?
activities.
Freudian slip there. That's not what I meant at all.
All right, Buccaneers took Kalijah Cansey. Seattle Seahawks on the clock. Could they go Will Levis? They could.
Hey, are you still my radio voice just now? Like, is that what just happened?
Yeah, I'm doing the Thomas voice.
Well, we have some gimmick infringement today to go along with bad picks.
Kalijah Cansey. All I know about him is Chris Sims comped him to Aaron Donald. A bunch of other people have comped him to Aaron Donald. I'm sure he doesn't play like Aaron Donald or look like Aaron Donald on tape, but that's all I know about him. Maybe undersized, but a freakish athlete if you exclude that. And
He's a swing for the fences pick, which is really what the Bucs need.
right.
I think.
That's a great.
They have no future right now, no big aspirations. Just try to get, like you said, land in Aaron Donald and go from there.
Well, I mean, him and Vita Vea.
It is a nice combo.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
That's disgusting. But I mean, is that division still so bad that they think they can do it with the ghost of Baker Mayfield or Kyle Trask? That division's still really bad. I mean, Atlanta still has Arthur Smith, which immediately puts them behind the 8 ball, regardless of who they have on that team. And now they draft Bijan, and all of a sudden they beef up the middle of their defense to potentially stop the run.
The Saints are what? Probably the favorite right now.
I don't know. They're Derek Carr away from being last in the league. So, I forgot. They got Derek Carr. Never mind. I forgot. We're good. Trash can. Seattle Seahawks. What do we think? Quarterback here. People thought they were going to go quarterback earlier. Although that was when AR was still on the board.
They go JSN.
It's getting better.
They could really use D-line help, and they didn't do that at 5 like a lot of people thought they would. Nolan Smith still on the board.
This is going to be interesting. I mean, not as long as a first round as I thought it was going to be.
No, it's moving.
It is kind of flying after the horrendous delay.
Seattle's running this all the way down, though. They're under a minute to get their pick in.
They do like to trade back.
Yeah, I would not be shocked.
That's a good point. All my Lions fans are miserable right now, tilting their faces off. And I guess that includes you, Brett.
This is terrifying for Detroit fans. I mean, I have been locking into the dynasty streets all evening, and Detroit fans in every league, Discord, and on the Bird app, losing their minds. Highs and lows right now.
Who's the bigger faller right now, JSN or Nolan Smith?
JSN to me. He's a lot higher on my board than Nolan Smith.
Yeah, you've got, you're lower on Nolan Smith than I'd say consensus as it is.
Yeah. I don't have a first round grade on Nolan Smith.
Yeah.
So
how many first round grades do you have left? Kincaid, JSN,
Murphy, Addison.
Which one of us had Kincaid to Seattle? Was that me?
I don't know. I didn't have that, so it must have been you.
No, I gave them Will McDonald.
It'll be interesting. I mean, if Seattle walks away without a quarterback, they have to be like Geno Smith has to be the biggest winner, right? A lot of talk with his contract being voidable after year 1, questionable. I mean, they walk out without a quarterback. But those Geno Smith stacks that you are getting at cost are going to be nice. Geno Smith, Tyler Lockett's going to look even better.
I don't think there was.
I'm hearing JSN to Seattle from multiple people.
Yeah, Ross Tucker just retweeted my JSN video. So,
ugh. Hey, it's just weird because they've never used more than 2 receivers, and but hey, maybe he's their new Doug Baldwin. Maybe they kick Lockett outside.
There's no reason they can't play with 3 though. There's no reason for them to force a Noah Fant some combo of Will.
I mean, just from a fantasy perspective, it's a lot of.
Yeah, you can't get that many targets around. That's a good point.
Yeah, that's a
Because he's supposed to be like a 100.
terrible.
He's supposed to be a 100 catch guy immediately.
Yeah,
And
for,
is he
that's
that
not
year?
happening.
for year one, that's terrible. That's a terrible landing spot. Long term, I think it's fine. Lockett's getting old. He's been banged up. He makes a lot of money. I could see them moving on quickly.
What's his contract look like? I'll pull it up.
Unreal. Look, Chris, it's been a great time. We have Graham waiting in the wings. I mean, XFL went crazy, right? It's going to go crazy. You guys are on it like animals.
Tomorrow at 11:30, we're doing the stream.
The best
So
there
sure to
is.
be there.
The
Yes.
best there is.
That's the XFL stream for those listening.
Yes.
Tomorrow 11:30. Chris and Jake Tribby.
Right. And then, of course, Wednesday,
Best
you know
ball
what it
breakdown.
is. It's Best Ball Breakdown, baby. Shout out to you, Chris. It's been phenomenal. We come back. We're going to grab Graham. We're going to bring Graham Barfield right in here to join this chaotic collapse of the Detroit Lions. Can't wait. Sit tight. Thanks again, Chris Wecht. Phenomenal. Again, been a great time. Graham Barfield. Man,
Graham.
him coming in, matching me with the field. We love to see that. How's the draft been for you? This has been kind of wild.
Yeah, I'm pouring one out for Brett here. What a rough couple hours here. It's been fun though. Yeah, it's been fun. Finally got a receiver off the board here. Just listening to you guys talk that through. So, man, JSN probably going to replace Lockett next year. I mean, Lockett's about to be 32, right?
Yeah, I think that was the general consensus. Scott, did you get the contract for Lockett?
Yeah, they have a potential out after this year, 14.1 million in dead cap. Maybe that doesn't seem too likely, but it's possible. And then the year after that is 7 million.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, when you have a quarterback like Geno Smith, you just have to surround him with all the weapons you can.
QB1 Geno Smith. Thank
All
you.
right, we got Graham here. I'm gonna take a urine break. I'll be back. Love you guys. We'll miss you.
I wonder if Scott's gonna be in a better mood when he comes back.
Okay. Let it go.
I can't. This is what I'm here for. This is what you got me here for. All right, Chargers. Are we going Addison? Wide receivers back to back?
That would be cool. For my mock draft purposes, I'd like Flowers here, but whatever.
Right. Of course, the competition is.
Which I don't think I have a shot to win at this point. There's a dude that has 9 team player matches already. No, 8. Sorry.
No way.
Yeah.
Yeah. He almost perfectly predicted the top 10 too.
Walt Deptula.
Yeah.
Never even heard of this guy.
Dang. Well, we're on notice now. We're on notice. So I'm interested. I think I'm less interested in what the Chargers are going to do here at 21. I think we kind of know. I think we kind of have it locked. Wide receiver. The next two flat. I can't see them not getting ready for Keenan Allen's departure. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, they can still cut him after the draft and save a bunch of money too. I mean, if they keep Keenan though, tight end is by far the bigger need, at least for this year.
Thank you. I'll take that one. Tight end would be interesting. I mean, you look at the spots, the Cowboys maybe for that tight one off the board. Jacksonville to NFL from NFL mock database had a tight end there. I mean, we'll see. I think New Orleans is really the next super interesting pick here, possibly. Bills could go wide receiver as well. There's a couple of spots where wide receiver could still be alive in round 1.
Yeah.
I mean, the Giants,
Bills.
Right.
I think Saints, super long shot. The Saints could be in the market for a receiver.
Yeah, I mean, apparently coming from Saints camp, all signs point to Michael Thomas being back. So I don't know which is insane to me, but
yeah. I just gotta
is what
say,
it is.
Seattle stacks are gonna go crazy in best ball this year. Geno with Metcalf, Lockett, and JSN. I mean, that's a really sick trio. That's gonna be a lot of fun for best ball. And Geno will be cheap again. He won't go as early as he should.
What does this mean for JSN and Dino drafts? Is he still where? Yeah,
He probably falls a little bit. I still really love him. You know, I'm going to trust my prospect model and the evaluation, which was that he's a Bijan caliber wide receiver prospect. It's just not a perfect fit, but you know, like you said, you know, long term, you could see that being great. You know, Seattle really values slots like Doug Baldwin, Golden Tate. What's going on? I heard an O, and then Thomas breakdancing. How high am I? No, I don't know.
Stretching.
Not that high. He just doesn't have like league winning upside as I see it. But
Chargers pick is in.
Yeah, that's why I'm stretching. Baltimore's on the clock. I gotta get ready.
Wide receiver.
No.
Quentin Johnston from TCU.
Get out of here.
Wow. All right. One source say ASN goes round 1. Maybe no other wide receivers go, but if there is a second, it's going to be Quentin Johnson as the second wide receiver. At a different source say they love Zay Jones, and you and I talked about the Addison wide receiver connection. Damn. Well, that source wasn't great.
I mean, I guess it's one of those things where you just swing for the fences with Johnson's upside. You know, you got William. Yeah, it's a great fit. Yeah.
They need big play making too. Like Williams and Allen they're very good, but they're both very vanilla in what they do. And Johnson gives them obviously deep threat ability, but also that yak that they just desperately need. So
I wonder they'll probably restructure Keenan now and then just go with this for at least this year.
Yeah, I would have liked them to get a little more speed, I think, but I like this.
Yeah,
I like this. I like this better than Flowers. I mocked them Flowers. I like this much better than Flowers.
So is this more of a sign that maybe Johnston is more destined for inside, or is this kind of a Mike Williams insurance play for the Chargers? I think this is an interesting pick, inside or outside, but
I think what's cool about all three of those guys is they can all play inside or out, but I think Johnson's an outside guy. I think Allen will play primarily in the slot, but they can move all three of them around. And yeah, I really do. This is a big upgrade for them. So I'm a big Johnson guy. I'm a lot higher on Johnson than most. What he's able to do with his body at 6'3", 215 is actually crazy. So ankle flexibility, hip flexibility. I think his route running is about to hit another level too, learning from Keenan there. So
okay, now talk to me about pick 22. Not that I'm biased. I am the paragon of objectivity, of course. But Baltimore, talk to me. Is it Porter? And should I be happy or very sad?
I like Porter. Porter's a big. He's a good player. He's definitely a Baltimore Raven type corner. My comp for him is Marcus Peters. So
love that.
Yeah, there we go. I mocked Porter to the Ravens, by the way, Tom.
I saw that. That's why I'm asking. I'm looking at the Brett Whitefield mock draft that you can find at fantasypoints.com. And you did mock it there, which is why I mentioned it. With other questionable corners going ahead, why Porter so low at this point? You think it's just an NFL thing with him, or is there something that I'm missing?
He's a little stiff in the hips. You know, he's in certain coverages, especially press man. Even though he played a lot of press man in college, he's not going to be able to turn and run with uber shifty receivers. So you're going to possibly be pigeonholed. If you're playing man coverage, you're going to have to put him against a big-bodied guy, more than likely. But I do think like the Ravens do so many different coverages. They run a lot of zero, a lot of straight man, but they also do a lot of unique zone concepts as well. One of the most complex defenses from a coverage standpoint. I think Porter is a really smart player and can do a lot of. He's got that pedigree, the NFL pedigree. So I think he's born to play in a Ravens defense because of how complex it is, and I think he'll do really well there. If
I love to hear that.
Pick, so
What if the Ravens took Flowers here? Like, is that an option?
Yeah, they apparently loved him too. I mean, everybody in that. It seemed like everybody picking in the 20s loves Zay Flowers, but man, Chargers passed on him, and Seahawks did too. But I think that makes some sense. Chiefs apparently love him.
Well, that wouldn't be good for the Chiefs because Justin Ross would most certainly be dead then, and
Nice.
we might lose Scott for a while.
It would be Scott Moore too.
Hey, he'll live. He's fine. He's got second round draft capital. He's good. Johnson has prototypical wide receiver size. Allen is 100. Big is I read that totally wrong. I'm sorry. That joke deserved a lot more than I gave it. Big Mike can't stay healthy. Palmer isn't an alpha. That's probably because he's Canadian. I like it, says Brian Drake.
Yeah, I'm just excited to see Justin Herbert complete forward passes and not play like a horizontal offense like they had last year.
Scott, what's your model say about Johnson?
Said he was the third best wide receiver in this class after JSN and Marvin Mims. This is a model looking at things from a fantasy perspective. He ranks 12th best since 2014 in career yards after the catch per reception. First in missed tackles forced per reception. Really like that elusivity. Concerns being drop rate, hands, most importantly, separation ability, just because so many of his targets came as contested targets. Could have been a function of quarterback play, but add to that, he was worse in the class by contested catch rate. And this goes back to what we were talking about. He's a big wide receiver who plays weirdly small, but he does make up for it with that elite after the catch abilities.
It's like the complete opposite of Mike Williams, it's honestly, it's a pretty good like yin and yang kind of thing.
I've never been a Mike Williams guy. And also that offensive coordinator is no longer there. He loved him. Remember, he was like, he's going to be my Michael Thomas. And so, yeah, I don't see him doing. I think Quentin Johnson outscores them for fantasy for sure. I don't know what their ADP is right now, but that's my guess.
Real quick on the contested catch thing, Scott. Remember the conversation we had about London last year?
Yeah.
So a lot of that applies to Johnson as well. I will say that London was actually legitimately great at contested catches. I don't think Johnson's very good at contested catches, but I don't think he's as bad as his numbers suggest he was. Max Duggan is not a good quarterback. Almost every throw was late. So a lot of contested windows Johnson was having to deal with were contested because of either late or off target passes. And, it can be frustrating as a wide receiver. So while I don't think he's, that's not really his strong suit, I also think he's not as bad as the numbers suggest he is.
I actually included a quote to that effect in my article where Duggan was just like, yeah, it's great playing with QJ. I just sometimes close my eyes and chuck it and he bails me out. It's like, yeah, bro, we know, we watch the tape.
Hey, at least he's honest. He's got self-awareness down at least.
Ravens pick is in. Ooh. And we are officially seeing a run on wide receivers. The third wide receiver in a row just came off the board. Boston College wide receiver Zay Flowers.
Called it.
To the Ravens.
To the Ravens. Marquise Brown.
Man, Ravens really can't draft wide receivers, huh?
I wanted Porter here, but I love this.
Tylan Wallace, so Rashad Bateman.
Hey, Bateman's good, man.
Wallace was a 4th round pick. Let's not get carried away there.
Bateman's good.
Bateman's good too. He's just dealing with
Crochet, Duvernay.
They're all day 3 guys. Who cares? You loved Hollywood Brown. You were the biggest Hollywood Brown stand for like 4 years in a row.
He can't be pressed.
So you can't turn your back on him now.
No, I love him.
So Zay is the Hollywood Brown. Like they're so similar. It's like it's perfect for.
No, he does not have Hollywood Brown's freakish speed. Are you kidding me? No, not at all.
Yeah, he might not run the same 40.
Hollywood's skinny. He's not short. He's not short and skinny. He doesn't have freakish speed.
I'm not tilted by this. I mean, they needed a wide receiver to help Jackson. Whatever you think about him,
I guarantee you they wanted Quentin Johnston. I guarantee
for sure.
And this was part of the deal. This is part of the deal with Lamar re-signing was, all right, we'll get you DeAndre Hopkins or we'll get you a wide receiver on round 1. Conspiracy theory time. Let's go.
I don't think that's a conspiracy theory. I think that's just right.
What was the conspiracy theory?
Yeah.
No, what was it?
That they wanted Quentin Johnston?
Oh.
That he wanted Quentin Johnson, and this is part of the negotiations with Lamar. It was get you Nuke or wide receiver in round 1.
I mean, this definitely means they're not trading for Hopkins. It has to, unless they just go. If they quadruple down on having the ghosts of Willie Snead and Smokey Brown at wide receiver during Lamar's MVP season, if they double down by just going OBJ, they drafted Bateman round 1, now Flowers round 1, and then trading for a guy like Hop. I don't know. I think this is it for wide receivers in Baltimore. But I do like the potential offensive shift with the new OC. I mean, Greg Roman is gone. Gone are the days of Patrick Ricard leading the team in targets at halftime. At least they better be, or I won't be here. I'll have my head in the sand.
Yeah.
Greg Roman isn't there, so the offense will be different. But Lamar cannot produce multiple tier 1 pass catchers. Also not factually accurate. Keep the Baltimore jokes coming. It's like the Lions of the 90s. And Guru is a big Flowers guy. Shout out John Hansen.
He's definitely going to play slot like day 1, right, Brett? Like for Monk.
Yeah. Bateman, OBJ on the outside, Zay in the middle. I mean, I do like they're surrounding Lamar with a lot more talent than he's ever had. That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, Zay and Andrews alone, like maybe OBJ's washed, whatever, but like Zay and Andrews alone is sick in the interior. We know Lamar loves to throw it between the numbers too. So
even if OBJ is washed, though, he's still good enough to draw coverage. Right? Like, and being the most experienced wide receiver on the team makes a difference. He will be able to get open in ways the other guys won't. And you can't expect OBJ and Bateman to stay healthy. So really, I think this is like, oh no, Bateman's down. Better turn to James Prochet.
Yeah. I'm kind of just with Scott though. I think OBJ's been washed for a while. Scott, why aren't you a Zay guy though? I don't think I've heard your take for it.
Oh, he's just analytically speaking insanely mid. Athletically, he's short and skinny, outlierishly slow. There's no stats that he really pops as sort of round 1 caliber in, except for maybe yardage market share and dominator rating, which aren't predictive metrics. It's a bad class, but it makes sense that some of these bad wide receivers go round 1 just because of the importance of the position.
Yeah. I mean, shit, man. I mean, with Andrews and Likely, Flowers, I mean, that's like 3 awesome weapons in the interior. I mean, you might be lower on the player, but that's fine. I mean, at this point, there's like no first-round caliber players left, obviously. Weaker class. What are the Vikings going to do now? I mean, they've got to be looking at Porter here.
Porter would be really nice pick. Or Banks, Deontay Banks.
Yeah.
Jordan Addison. They seem to like tight ends that take a lot of targets away from Justin Jefferson. So why not just give Michael Mayer and Hawkinson a run together,
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we heard people say that Kincaid is the best receiver in this class. People were saying that. Tight ends haven't gone yet. I asked you this before. I wondered if the depth at running back and depth at tight end meant we see names get called a little bit later.
We just saw 2 running backs go top
12.
No,
I know. Yeah. But to be fair, I wasn't saying that. I was saying this is a very top-heavy running back class. There's 2 good guys. Everyone else is mid as hell. But tight end, I mean, I was kind of saying that too. I like the top 3, and there's some uncertainty, but could be what's going on with the tight ends.
I mean, we've also just seen 5 tight ends go in the last 5 years in the first round. I mean, there's just doesn't really happen. Yeah. I mean, it's just kind of the way the league's been trending, even in a really good class. They're gonna fly off the board though. day 2, like early day 2. But yeah.
What's a Minnesota call? We have seen apparently Minnesota doesn't need more skill players. KJ Osborne is apparently Himothy Johnson. Do we think there's another receiver coming off the board? Addison, maybe?
Addison for sure will go.
Like if they need an outside guy in Minnesota, Jefferson does play quite a bit in the slot. They do have TJ Blockinson to help out there. Maybe day 2 for Minnesota with some of the bigger guys. Tillman. I mean, Hyatt's still there. I think we're at the point where Hyatt he's not making the first round. I think that this is quite clear with the wide receiver class. What is it, Brett?
What is what?
Minnesota. I mean, you have it Hendon Hooker.
Yeah, I don't
But
know.
Levis is there still. So
I mean,
what do you think?
They only have 5 picks in this draft, right?
The Hooker and Levis head-to-head thing, I don't mind Hooker over Levis. Like the age concern becomes less of a problem because Levis is old too. So it's like they're both ancient. So for prospects, that is obviously.
Yeah. I've never gotten the Vikings taking quarterback buzz. They have 5 picks. They don't have a second round pick. Like they gotta make this pick count here.
Mm-hmm. See, and Brian, I would love Addison to New York.
I would not.
Because they don't need 7 slot receivers, Scott. I think that's an important notation to make there. They definitely don't need an offensive 7 slot receivers, and I need Wan'Dale Robinson to live still. Wario still needs to hold a place for me. He does. He has to. I'm too invested. I got like 60% rostership of that guy across 60 dynasty leagues. He needs to exist. Kyle's cousin, second best QB in the conference. Ride him until retirement.
Okay. We clearly have a Vikings fan in the chat here.
100%. Kyle G. I mean, even the name, right? The generic profile pick is purple. So he bleeds it. Brian, tight end total under round 1 was the easiest bet of the day. Hey, don't count them yet.
Yeah, don't count that yet. We still got Cowboys yet to go, Brian.
Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Those were the 2 that I saw at the mock database was Mayer and oh my gosh, Kincaid.
Yeah, I think Bengals makes sense too. I don't get the Jags taking a tight end. I think it's either O-line or DB for them. They just have such a massive need at corner. I mean, they're so bad at corner right now. Boundaries, slot, everything. I'm praying the Jags take a corner. Honestly, this board's falling really great. I've been wanting them to take Deontay Banks.
Is Branch gone?
No.
I had them taking Branch because I mean they needed help at safety and corner, and well, this guy does both.
Yeah, well,
not at the same time, but
yeah, we could play slot for them too. He'd probably line up play slot most of the time for them, but. All right, what are the Vikings doing here? Oh man, 4 in a row. Addison? Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Turns out KJ Osborne is not Himothy at all. And yeah, awful.
Huge upgrade on Adam Thielen.
Huge upgrade.
I mean, this is like watching Thielen last year was painful. I was a big Thielen guy, but
Liam wants to know if Mims goes to the Chiefs at 31, how high does Scott draft him in Dynasty? Forget Dynasty. I'm concerned about how high he wants him on the Best Ball Breakdown every Wednesday. He's going to be hammering the 5th round every time. I'm not going to even have a say.
Those Mahomes, Mims, and Raw stacks for life. That would be 2 1,500-yard receivers plus Kelsey 101. Now we're talking.
Oh man, what a stack! What a
stack!
That sounds like it could win $3.5 million, Scott.
So I love Addison to the Vikings. The guru himself had me on his show Wednesday to talk best landing spots. I did say Addison to the Vikings was my favorite landing spot there. I love the idea of getting just a pure separator, a guy who can win all 3 levels of the field and just is open all of the freaking time to help Jefferson carry the load, man. This should really help the offense. If you're going to run it back with Kirk, that's the way to do it for sure. And I think this elevates everybody, honestly. Elevates Hawkinson. Maybe not from a fantasy standpoint. This is strictly football. Elevates KJ Osborne as well. So,
yeah, it certainly dings Hawkinson just for fantasy off the top. We were banking on the volume with him, but Addison's a great number 2. I think, honestly, this might take Jefferson to the moon. I mean, having a legitimate number 2 to be able to take some pressure off.
Yep.
Pretty huge. Man, Kirky's going to finish his QB9. Nobody's going to want him again.
Every year.
Every single year. Yep.
The amount of copium with Lions fans is insane. On Twitter, I'm getting dragged for not liking their picks by Lions fans right now. It's like it's ridiculous.
Oh man, I'm getting dragged by Texans fans.
Fandom is a hell of a drug.
It's crazy.
They said Dolphins fans are the worst. I had one last night that Dolphins fans.
Here's the thing. If I posted a mock draft 2 days ago of the Lions taking Gibbs at 12 and 18.
Jags traded out. Giants traded up to 24.
Giants did?
Yeah.
Marvin Mims, let's go.
Oh, no way.
Let's
go. Scott, I swear I'll actually fall over.
I will do the most embarrassing happy dance live on stream.
Let's see it. Darts off. Got to be shirts off. Let's go.
Well, the price to move up right here is cheap. 25, 160, and 240 to move up. Oh, it's only one spot.
Yeah, it's one spot. So who are the Giants thinking?
This is it, Scott.
I think they take is Deontay Biggs still there?
They would have
Torrance or Harrison.
Yeah.
Here comes Michael Mayer, run the 2 tight end set in New York.
They traded up for Josh Downs. They needed that 7th slot.
Look at that. Look at Brian. I got you, baby. Let's go. Giants moving up, maybe a tight end. I got you. I love when a plan comes together. Just not for Scott on this one.
So the Jags got 160 and 240 to move back one spot. I don't know who they could be.
Is 140 that early 5th?
What's 160?
Oh, 160.
Yeah, I might have said 140. My bad.
People are thinking Hyatt. I'm getting Hyatt in a lot of Dynasty Discords right now as I skim the Dynasty landscape.
Yo, that would be so hype.
I mean, Danny, the man Dimes with the big contract and the deep ball accuracy to Hyatt. I mean, he's the new Darius Slayton on the team. I mean, they're roughly the same age. It should fit. Downs possibility as well. Kincaid for when Waller's hurt. Sorry, go ahead.
I got to think the Giants are taking a corner here. I mean,
Porter's still there. Porter's still there.
Corner or Osiris Torrance, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, Jags and Giants have the
Who's from Frederick, Maryland?
What's that?
Someone's saying they're drafting someone from Frederick, Maryland. I don't know who that is.
Deontay Banks.
Yeah, Banks.
Love that. Love that. Jacksonville. I have tight end here at Jacksonville. I actually have money on this, so I need this. I have a bet against Full Tilt co-host Jacob Sanderson that Evan Ingram's dynasty value will in fact die once again this year. I need it to happen right here.
Yeah, it's Deontay Banks for the Giants.
Yep, nice. That's what I had in my mock.
Yeah.
Did you really?
Yeah. I told you about it. Every beat writer had him going there except for Art Stapleton, who had them going branch.
I just thought he was going to go earlier than that is all.
Mm. Yeah, we talked about that. I said I didn't.
Well, he just got pushed down because of that wide receiver run. There you go. That's a great pick by the Giants.
That's a great pick.
Scott nails it at 25 in his mock draft that you can find at fantasypoints.com.
Now, I wonder if the Jags stick here and take the Bama DB.
Brian Branch.
Yeah, Branch. I don't know why I couldn't think of his name for a second.
The Jags, I could see them going. So you got to remember, Bulky's a traits guy. So Banks isn't really a traits guy, but I could see him going
Kincaid.
Miles Murphy. No, Kincaid's not a traits guy either.
Oh, okay.
Miles Murphy.
I'm confusing what traits is. Sorry.
Like height, length, weight.
Okay.
And then and testing after that. So Jags could go. I'm just trying like the most traitsy guys available. Adebaware, Miles Murphy, Darnell Washington.
Give me Darnell.
If they're going to take a tight end, Washington's probably the one they should take because of how different he is from Ingram.
I will be
no chance. No chance they take tight end.
Nolan Smith, Mozzie Smith.
Graham, you're killing me. Come on. Will this into it for me.
Nolan Smith here, man.
Look, we're almost wearing the same glasses here, but we're not thinking the same. We got to change this up here. Let's lock it back in at tight end of Jacksonville.
I need your plug for the Ken Griffey hat. That is a dope hat.
I can definitely get it. They're actually releasing another Ken Griffey Jr. line. I will get it to you. Yeah, it is. It's my favorite line. Shout out to the kid. I actually feel like I'm doing him a disservice not wearing it backwards, but the teal is lit. On the clock. Here we go. Look at that. I've managed to fit baseball and hockey into this draft stream. There you go. Yeah, looks like reactions are not great for Devi take lock enthusiasts on Zay Flowers.
Well, we're streaming tomorrow, Brett.
Yes.
And so again, my sources are saying Giants love Mims round 2, round 3. So hopefully we'll get to be on stream tomorrow for that.
Love that. I honestly, there's almost nothing I like more than seeing someone's favorite player go to their favorite team. Like, it's really one of the more magical things in sports. Gives you something to legitimately root for. So I actually hope that works out for you. I do.
Wait, Jalen Ramsey's tweeting favorable things about the Lions?
Figures.
What? Why?
Jalen Ramsey?
Yeah. People question the Lions, but they might be onto something with the eye emoji. It's just weird for like a Miami Dolphins player to just be like.
You could be making fun of them though, too. Like, it could be a completely backhanded
trade. Bills just traded up to this pick. So Jags double trade back here.
Look at Balky trading back twice.
Tight end still in the picture. Dawson Knox sucks. I'm holding out hope. That's not great for me though in the other bet, but
Jags got 130 for that one. So they've picked up two fifths now, I think, or 130 is late fourth.
Yeah. 130 is late fourth. So they got a fourth, a fifth, and a sixth for moving back. In total, what, like four spots? Twice? Yeah.
It's not bad.
No.
Get a couple darts in the day 3. Decent
darts and then trade up ammo too if you find got a guy you want to come up for tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, Bills have to be thinking receiver here.
Oh, give me Jalen Hyatt to the Bills, please.
Or tight end, honestly.
That would be sick. R.I.P. Gabe Davis. I restocked on plugs. Perfect timing, so I won't have to listen to Tom on Monday talk about Lamar and Flowers. Thanks for that. Appreciate it. Jags will be making moves tomorrow. Looks like it. And Brian, here comes the Bills at 25. Could Philly get the Georgia duo with Nolan Smith at 30? That's a good question.
Earlier on the stream.
Yep.
At some point, maybe they'll start thinking about trading up for him.
That's a callback. We love a good callback. Phenomenal. Again, first round is just moving.
Yeah,
right?
it started slow, but we've really picked up pace. I appreciate it. It's like when you do a good underdog draft and you get with an experienced room and everybody's picking within 5 seconds. It's kind of where we're going right now. Jags have traded back faster than twice faster than anybody in the history of NFL draft.
That's true.
I can't remember a team trading back twice that quickly.
Just knowing the assignment. They were on it.
It's like when you get those MFL emails and you're just like automatically accepting when you see a good deal in the middle of your rookie draft.
Oh man. So Levis out of the first round has to be the case. There's nowhere else for him to go.
Yeah,
Buffalo, Dallas,
we're in
Jacksonville.
full value territory at this point for Levis.
So trade up still on the table then, you would think.
Yeah.
At 31, 30.
I mean, you got to think Howie would love to trade back at 30.
Ooh, pick is in for Buffalo.
Hyatt.
Tight end Dalton Kincaid.
Wow,
not Darnell.
that's awesome. That's so much fun.
Love
What a
that.
sick pick.
The new Dawson Knox. I love it.
Dude.
I love that.
They've seen Travis Kelce just absolutely shred for the last couple of years, and they're like, all right, we want to get
Yo, right. That's a great take. Let's get our own Travis Kelce.
That's a sick pick.
Can you
And
tweet
use
that out?
them
Graham?
like
I'm gonna
Dawson
retweet
Knox.
that.
So
I'll tweet it.
there's a good chance this ends up winning the pick value chart here because Kincaid is my 13th player on my board. They got him at what, 25?
Yeah.
Probably won't beat Richardson at 4, but has a chance to compete with Carter actually.
So could
All
we
right.
get back-to-back tight ends with the Cowboys and Mayer?
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to take that from. We're on the same
dare
wavelength
you.
here at Fantasy
That was
Points.
my
I'm sorry.
take.
I
Why
know.
did you
I'm,
read my mind and steal it from me?
I'm sorry. I'm just pushing the buttons.
They got their own Kelce.
So
So Austin's like, why did Scott have zero reaction with that Giants pick? Sorry, I was tweeting up a storm, but yeah, that was the pick I had from all day yesterday and well before that.
The best part of this is they definitely just got the Cowboys because Dallas had been linked to the
No, they want Mayer. Mayer is such their
Think
type.
so?
Yeah, he's Jason Witten-esque, especially later career Jason Witten.
Fair enough.
He's
a
Dalton
Dalton
Schultz-esque. Yeah.
Get out of my brain, Scott.
He's way better than Dalton
Jesus.
Schultz.
Who?
And
Mayer?
I like
Mayer, yeah.
Yeah.
Damn. What a sick pick by the Bills. I'm gonna have so much Kincaid this year.
Yeah, tight end premium leagues are going to be going ham. See, now look, Quinn says, stop reading my mind. What is happening today? Fantasy Points is just locked in. We're locked in here as a team.
So I'm going to read a bit of my scouting profile from Dalton Kincaid.
Yeah.
Best in class route runner. Kincaid is smooth as silk in and out of his breaks. The term easy mover applies to Kincaid in the truest sense of the phrase. Kincaid runs a diversified and dynamic route tree from inline, slot, and out wide. He generates easy separation against linebackers and bigger safeties, and is also a master of exploiting zone looks. He looks like a polished receiver. I like it. He did
Any concerns on the medical stuff? Because I know that was like the main thing.
so
He has back issues. You know who famously had back issues? Rob Gronkowski.
Oh, Kelce had medical issues coming out of college too, didn't he? That's what I mean. He fell into the mid second round because of it.
yeah, that and off-field stuff for Kelce.
What was it? For Kelce?
Yeah.
What was
Yeah.
the off-field stuff?
He got kicked off of Cincinnati's team for a weed violation.
Oh, wow.
And then instead of transferring, he like worked his way back onto the team, ended up turning into a stud.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Man,
Already seeing comments about tight end premium leagues getting a boost here.
Kyle Pitts is 11 months younger than Dalton Kincaid.
Dalton Kincaid's also going to outscore him this year.
Well, I mean, you're picking on a guy with one leg.
Scott brought up a great point about Kincaid, and it didn't factor into my evaluation at all because the tape is the tape for me. But, you know, if okay, Thomas says 1 second.
Sorry, I was just gonna say that's the first time you said it. Tape is the tape. Watch the film. That's the first time. I was told you were gonna say it repeatedly to the point where you lose your voice. That was number one.
We haven't had any fights yet. We probably will tomorrow, though. There'll be a lot more skill players going. Scott reminded me that, Brant Kuthi, Utah tight end, royalty there, phenomenal player. If he doesn't get hurt early in the year, does Kincaid have the same level of breakout that he had this year? It's kind of crazy how fate works, right? Like Kincaid, he had a okay 2021, but Kuthi was a monster too, and he gets hurt early in the season, and Kincaid tears it up from that point on. It's like crazy how quickly things can change for you.
Yeah, I mean,
They have another one too. They have another tight end who's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, he only had like 10 catches, but he broke like 40 tackles on those 10 catches.
Yeah. So it sounds like the Cowboys, or Kincaid was the Cowboys guy. So that's why the Bills leapfrogged them.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah. So that tells me they probably won't take Mayer then.
Yeah, that's what I was reading for the last couple of days. A lot of sharp mocks had Kincaid connected to Dallas, so I guess Bills knew it or something, but Dallas might try to trade out here. We'll probably be sitting here for a little bit.
I'm just gonna keep saying every pick is the Will Levis pick. This isn't gonna be the trade out for the Will Levis pick. I totally don't have
Lions
bets on
want to
this.
redeem themselves. Come up here for Hooker or Levis. I'd love it.
Tom, it's tough to find a spot for Levis right now, though. I mean, who's trading up?
Well, I think that a team like Seattle could do it. I don't think they will because they're hopefully a little bit smarter than that. I think Tampa should be picking up the phone. I mean, if Washington's actually happy with whatever Sam Howell is, Tennessee is early enough that they should be picking up the phone.
Yeah, I don't know if I see Tennessee.
I'm just thinking of everyone linked to a quarterback should be trying to call to get into the first round to get a quarterback. Atlanta should do it.
Atlanta would make a lot of sense. I think that's like the one team.
We're gonna get a fifth in here, Thomas.
Okay, perfect.
With
Wonderful.
The round moving incredibly fast.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that. This is why I propped a 5-person overlay for this here moment. Sit tight when we come back. We're bringing John in. We're getting wild over at fantasypoints.com.
You're on a first name basis with the guru? You don't
you pay the man some respect.
Okay. All right.
1 second. We're gonna be right back. It's also 100% fact that I did not want to butcher the man's last name. As I
it's Costco.
What's
I
that?
thought you were bringing John Hansen on. What's up, Costco?
Not much. How you guys doing?
Let me see that jawline. Why are you hiding it behind that beard?
I mean, I always have a beard. I've had a beard for forever. I had a beard last year. I have a beard now. Yeah, I haven't trimmed it, but
maybe the lighting isn't great. But there are so many pictures I've seen of you where you look like the Crimson Chin. Who knows what the Crimson Chin is? Thomas?
Is it the?
Are you talking about the Giga Chad?
The Giga Chad guy?
No, Crimson Chin. I think it's a cartoon superhero.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. See,
Google it.
you and I, we
Whatever.
knew
Screw
we
you.
knew Giga Chad right away. That's
All right,
immediately.
yeah. I'm dated, I guess.
No, Crimson Chin's from Fairly Odd Parents, isn't it?
Yeah. There you go. Finally, someone.
Yeah.
So Costco, can you tell us how you are sniping everyone, including the supposed those in the know on all these picks?
I mean, are you supposed to reveal your sources?
Oh,
or?
you can't do that.
you can't do that, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Exactly. So, this has been interesting. From a draft perspective, I would say, like, Will Levis not going yet is probably the biggest surprise.
Is it a surprise for you though?
I mean, it's a surprise that he hasn't gone. Like, I kind of assumed that you'd get four quarterbacks going in the top 15 or something like that, and I thought that he would get taken. Like, you have still quarterback needy teams that passed on him, and I mean, like the Seahawks are kind of rumored that they might be going a quarterback for a while. Even the Buccaneers, that obviously they just signed Baker Mayfield, but they just signed Baker Mayfield, so they're a quarterback needy team. So
Kyle Trask, man, come on.
Right, Kyle Trask, right. So like, it's kind of interesting that he has fallen or whatever. I'm not a fan of his tape. He's got, obviously he was better in 2021, but 2022 it was not good at all. So yeah.
I just decided I don't like Michael Mayer.
Why?
They're showing him on ESPN. He looks like a senator.
Oh, he's definitely going to be a senator.
He looks like he just got out of the service and he's running his senatorial campaign from Tennessee or something. I don't freaking know.
I have this tweet about.
You want to know who just Dallas just took? I can just tell you, Mozzie Smith.
Yeah.
Oh, let's go.
Dallas took Mozzie
Love
Smith.
that.
He's a beast. He's a powerful dude. Yeah, Brett, give us your breakdown on him.
Yeah, I mean, Mozzie, I've been saying, and I went against my own judgment, but I've been saying for weeks now that Mozzie's a lock first rounder because you can't find guys that are his size that move like he does. Insane athlete. Michigan has a proprietary agility test, and Mozzie Smith has the highest score ever for Michigan at 330 pounds. He beat Aiden Hutchinson. He's beat every receiver, every corner there. It's absolutely bonkers what this guy can do with his body. I don't think we have complete testing on him or any, right? Maybe bench or something. But he was Bruce Feldman's #1 freak this year on his freaks list. The guy is utterly ridiculous. So those guys don't typically make it to round 2. When I know the pass rush production was down this year, but you just don't see guys that move like he does at that size go in round 2. So I think it's a great pick for Dallas. My buddy John Owning of PFF, one of your colleagues, him and I have been DMing back and forth, and I told him I thought Mozzie would be a guy for them, and he agreed. He thought it would be Mozzie or Mayer. So
I think it's worth noting that the Cowboys have unanimously the best front office in football. Like, these pay their scouts a shit ton of money. It's just Jerry Jones and his children tend to sometimes screw up picks, but yeah. So with their evaluations, I think you have to trust them a lot. My question would be, this is an edge, Brett Mozzie?
No. Interior defense. He's like 30 pounds. Yeah. Okay. 323 pounds, 6'3", 323. Yeah, he had 34 bench reps.
Yeah.
Vertical jump for a guy that size at 30 inches is pretty damn good.
I was going to say, it's surprising to me that the other freak defensive lineman's still on the board, Nolan Smith.
Yeah, what's the
smaller size?
Nolan Smith's fall?
I think it's because of his size.
Well, Will McDonald, though, who's smaller than him, already went.
Yeah.
Will McDonald
Wow. I have Nolan Smith is my 24th player on the board. So to me, he's not really falling. I know compared to media standards he is, but
yeah, okay.
No, Will McDonald was 6'4", 245. Nolan Smith was 6'3", 239, 238.
Oh, McDonald got up to 245?
I mean,
at Senior Bowl, he was in the 230s. That's great for him then, if he can play at that weight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe he did gain some weight for the obviously the combine. Got on that Bryce Young diet. Though Bryce Young's diet was more effective because he gained like 40 pounds.
Eagles about to land Nolan Smith or Brian Branch at 30. Yeah, it's disgusting, Chris. We know Howie Smith is or Howie Roseman's amazing. Howie Smith. I don't know where I got that, but
see, Jaguars are up now. Who do you think they?
I have Branch.
Maybe, but they need offensive line help as well.
Yeah, I had them going left tackle, but he's gone. So maybe they go Anton Harrison here.
My thought is Anton Harrison, or they could even go. What did I put?
Cyrus Torrance.
Yeah, I had them mocking. I mocked them Torrance I mean, they desperately need interior offensive line. They don't have a left guard or a right guard right now, really.
Who? The Jags? Don't they have Sheriff?
Yeah, that's true. Actually, sorry, my bad. Yeah, Sheriff was good, but
I feel like they had another right guard that's decent.
I mean, draft Darnell and play him at tackle, and just have him release sometimes. I mean, it's every once in a while you can just turn around and catch a little hook somewhere and
make him tackle eligible. It'll be fine.
100%.
So yeah, you're right. Center, they drafted a guy in the 3rd round last year, but who knows how they feel about him. Possibly Joe Tittman's on the board here for them.
Yeah, Sheriff's back, but yeah, they don't have a left guard. How many games is Cam Robinson suspended for?
6.
And in the 2nd round, so I have a day 2 mock that I'm going to be putting out like immediately as the draft ends for tonight. I got the Jaguars going Tittman at 56. So it'll be if they go center here.
So yeah, there was a huge swath of people that thought Tittman was going to be a round 1 guy. John Michael Schmitz too. He can play center or guard. Bad option.
I have him going to Arizona at 33. If we'll see, so far I'm kind of lucking out that I haven't had to change much. I did have Mozzie Smith. I had going 34 to Detroit, but like so like with this day 2 mock, like I have to like make it up ahead of time and then hope for the best. And I've only had to like change out Jack Campbell because I didn't have him going in the 1st round, and then now Mozzie Smith. Those are the only 2 so far that I've had to take out, which is actually kind of interesting. So we'll see how the next 5 picks go in terms of my mock here. And it's Anton Harrison to the Jaguars.
Yep. Nice.
I'm seeing the Vikings have pushed back post press availability of an hour, potentially looking to move back into the 1st round. ? Is something that is popped up now.
Hendon Hooker. Come on, do it.
It's popped up in 3 different Discords in the last couple of minutes.
How the hell are they going to do that?
Man.
It was
I have so in my mock I have Vikings trading back into the 1st round for Hendon Hooker. That would be. I don't think it's going to happen, but I mean when you do
You'd
a
have
mock
to get
like
a player to do that.
Yeah, they have to. I mean,
or a significant pick next year.
Yeah, they have 87 and 119 as their like next 2 picks.
Yeah, they didn't get so.
Yeah, they wouldn't do
87 in a 1st next year.
Yeah, for Hendon Hooker, I could not pull the trigger on that.
Yeah, so you might have to get a player involved. Maybe like a Brian O'Neill or something. I don't know.
So I wonder. When Cam comes back, Harrison's definitely going to play tackle in the. At least for at least this year, right, Brett?
Depends where he gets drafted.
Well, and he just got drafted by the Jags.
Oh, he did. That's official.
Yeah.
Oh shoot, I missed that.
Yeah,
gotcha.
He'll play right tackle, right?
Yeah, he can play right tackle or left tackle.
Yeah,
I think they like Walker Little though, to be honest.
Okay.
And so Robinson.
Well, then maybe they move Walker
next year.
Yeah.
So I think maybe he's a swing tackle for 1 year, maybe plays guard this year, and then takes over left tackle next year when they get rid of Cam Robinson, which seems likely.
And he's been average at best.
Yeah, it was kind of weird when they paid him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you kind of get stuck in a spot, like I get it where it's like, hey, he's good enough, but because of where you drafted him, you have to pay him more than what he's worth or whatever. It's kind of a crappy situation. So
well, especially finding good left tackle help, like even if it's replacement level, like you might as well just pay him.
You need, it's like like we at PFF, we say like, you have to creep back towards average or whatever. So like if you have a liability on your offensive line, it's much worse than what if you have like studs and then one weakness or whatever versus having like no studs and everybody's like just good enough, like, all average or above.
Yeah.
You have no weaknesses there. So teams can't pick on it. It's the same thing with like your coverage unit. Like if you have like a liability, they're going to pick that apart versus like, hey, it's hard to find a hole in this defense. They're all really solid or something like that, even if none of them are elite.
I heard an offensive line coach talk about that once, where he's like, it's like you could have 4 studs and 1 player who sucks, but like you're only as good as your weakest starter. And so, yeah, I think there's a lot of credence to that. I keep thinking about the Dalton Kincaid pick, though, which really excites me. But the Bills did pay a lot of money to Dawson Knox. Do you think they're just going to like live exclusively in 12 personnel?
They just wanted to get DK squared.
DK squared.
Oh, yeah.
It's dumb joke.
Oh, okay. That is dumb. I was giving you a little more credit for.
No, so it was really bad. I don't make good jokes, so.
Or is he just your big slot wide receiver?
I mean, he's a stud. Like I just love him as a player. Like he moves. Like when I was finally evaluating these guys, I texted Brett. And I was like, Kincaid moves like Kelsey. And he kind of does. He's not as big as Kelsey. He's not the blocker that Kelsey's going to be or whatever. And I'm not going to say that he's going to be the next Kelsey because, Kelsey's arguably a top 3 tight end all time type guy.
Yeah.
But the guy knows how to get open. And yeah, you want to play him as your big slot, like, and have Knox out there and, where he can be your more of your blocking guy and do everything tight end. Like Kincaid can get open and be a weapon and utilize into his play action stuff. It's going to free up Diggs. Maybe it'll make Gabriel Davis be more consistent instead of being a flash in a pan type. I mean, everything's on the table there.
So my top 5 available before the Bengals pick here are
they picked, by the way,
Joey Porter Jr., Brian Branch, Will Levis, Hendon Hooker, Nolan Smith, and Luke Musgrave. I guess that was 6 players. Who they pick?
You don't have
Miles Murphy is who they got.
Okay. Oh, I forgot he was available. Yeah, Miles Murphy's on there. What were we gonna say, Scott?
You don't have Mayer? You have Musgrave?
I have Musgrave ahead of Mayer, yeah.
Wow. The guy only had 3 good games ever.
So like
watch the tape, Scott.
Check the stats, Brad.
So this is where it's this is where it's like, yeah, watch the tape. Like Mayer's production is ridiculous. But like, and I remember watching him like in season where I wasn't like actually evaluating the guy, and I was like, oh, this guy's gonna be a stud player in the NFL. But then you go back and watch him, especially after you watch like Kincaid, and it's like the guy's like running in mud almost at times. Like Musgrave's all projection type stuff, like because his production is not there, right? So you're hoping that his traits that you see on tape are gonna flourish and stuff like that. Look, I like Laporta's tape better than Mayer's.
Wow.
Same.
I think he gets in and out of breaks better. He can catch and turn up field just a little bit quicker. Both guys I think are equally good at with their ball skills. But the thing is, like, I think Laporta is better after the catch too.
So the harsh reality for tight end though is athleticism matters so much for that.
For sure it does. I mean, look at Antonio Gates, Jimmy Graham, who had minimal experience in college. They were just freak athletes, and look at what they became. Sure. But when I hear people say this about Michael Mayer, it's like, oh, maybe he's like Zach Ertz, maybe he's Jason Witten, who were like monsters for fantasy. And you look at the athletic profile, it's not too dissimilar from Mark Andrews, TJ Hawkinson, definitely Zach Ertz. And so like, that's my glimmer of hope. But, and for every freak athlete who hit, there's a million Jamison Cons who absolutely did not. I mean, you want a freak athlete, Zach Kuntz is the freakest athlete in the class.
You still have to blend both worlds, though. You're not just taking freak athletes with no translatable traits. You're taking both. The tape we do have on Musgrave is he's got a lot of good moments.
He also ranks worse in the class by career drop rate, worse in the class by yak per reception, worse in missed tackles per reception.
So I think you also you have to compare like, hey, did this guy progress from, whatever, year 2 to year 3 or year 3 to year 4, whatever, like last year, 2021 to 2022. What you saw in 2021 was like not, it was like not great, but like dudes grow it, especially at the tight end position, you grow into that body.
Right.
And he looked a lot better. He just looked a lot more explosive and in those plays that he did get to be on the field and those targets that he earned and stuff like that. Even though it was 3 games or whatever in 2022, but like, yeah, I get it. Like from a production standpoint, like it all looks like garbage.
Hey, I mean, like I'll post stuff about my model and I'll have like Evan Ingram as like a historically great tight end. And they're like, oh, Kelsey's not here. Like, what are you, an idiot? Gronk's probably there, but Kittle's not there. And it's like, yeah, those guys just weren't productive at all in college. And like there is a steep learning curve at that position. So definitely get what you guys are saying.
Yeah. Tight end is like, it's the hardest. It's like one of the hardest for young guys to do in the league. Like you almost have to wait 3 years to really judge guys in the league because it's.
Do you think, but being like basically the big slot Mike Gesicki type, there's less of a learning curve where you don't have to worry about blocking a defensive end. You don't have to worry so much about defense, like where the Mike linebacker is.
You have to hope that you get put in that system, right? Like,
yeah,
they might,
but that's who Kincaid is to me.
Yeah, well, it's like you get drafted by the Falcons and then you're not used at all correctly as
right.
So,
right,
like all of us, we can sit here and go like, yeah, this is how he should be used, but then the team goes, well, we're going to use you like a traditional tight end. It's like that's not what you should be doing. So. I don't know.
So we're getting some questions here. These last few picks, what do you think the Saints are going to do? Oh, yeah.
Brian Branch would be a great pick for them.
Yeah. I had the Saints going Miles Murphy here. Obviously Miles Murphy just got taken, so I like Branch there. Who else we got that's available?
So my comp for Branch is Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. I mean, they're very similar. They traded him last year. They still need to replace that player in their defense. So I think that'd be a good pick.
Yeah, I like it. Who's their tight end on the Saints?
Jawan Johnson.
So like he had like good moments last year.
He's a big spot though. So like Mayer
would make sense here.
Yeah.
Don't. Please don't do that to me. I need Jawan.
They need, I'm always in favor of like going, you can't have too many cornerbacks on your team. Joey Porter would be a good spot here.
How long was Derek Carr's contract? 3 years?
I thought it was 4.
It's 4.
Is it 4?
Is it 4 actual years or is there money management?
It's always, the 4-year deals are always 3-year deals. So.
Ryan Brissy is who it is.
Ooh.
There you go.
And I had him going to Buffalo at 27. So, man, I wonder how good my mock is doing. I'm not matching too many teams, but I'm nailing most of the players. There's only 2 players I haven't put in. It might be my best mock of all time.
So Brisset is all the big guys are going off the board basically. All the edge guys, all the D tackles, all the offensive tackles. That's kind of crazy.
So Brisset is such a good story. What's the story?
Brett, you want to tell that story?
Well, on top of dealing with like multiple catastrophic injuries, he was basically his sister's caretaker who was struggling with cancer, and she passed away this past September. And Brisset was her primary caretaker, and he played in a game like the next day. Wow. I'm sure I'm missing some important details there. I don't follow Clemson football like a ton, but everybody I've talked to says Brisset is like he's seen so much life. He's like a 40-year-old man as far as maturity goes. So, yeah,
that's crazy. Yeah, I can't imagine playing to the best of your ability last year when that was going on.
Yeah.
He also, if I recall correctly, dealt with like a bad kidney infection and then had a torn ACL the year before.
Yep. torn ACL, back issues, kidney infection, sister sick with cancer for long stretch, and then eventually succumbing to that. Yeah.
John, I'd like to get some of your player takes because you have a great track record, and I know you got started in the process late. But who are some of your guys in this year's draft?
I love Jonathan Mingo.
Ooh.
I really like his tape. I think like some of the guys that went off the board here in the first round, I like him better than them. So like
So who are some of the guys you don't like as well?
I didn't come across. So like I liked Michael Meyer a lot less than I thought I would when watching his tape. I would say so. Which is like because I went into it like expecting him to be like a stud. That's an absolute stud that I thought I would love, and it just doesn't pop off on the tape, especially when you compare him to the other guys in the class. So that was a guy, but like I like Tyler Scott, I like Marvin Mims. I don't like him as both those guys as much as I like Mingo. I think Mingo is a top 5 receiver in this class easily.
Whoa!
I think he's a guy that I think he's going to be a lot better pro than he is, showed in college. He had really crap quarterback play.
Also injuries, really bad. He had like 4 straight 100-yard games, and then an broken ankle. He came back, but he wasn't right. He had to get surgery on it again. And then this year he was off to a really hot start, broke Elijah Moore's single game receiving record. And then according to Jim Nagy, just like defenses really keyed it on him. So they just went with the other guy. Yeah.
And I mean, that's the thing is like you watch and you can see like all the traits, right? Like he could stack guys really cleanly. When he was pressed, he had a pretty good release package there. And then he's just a beast when he, like with those contested catches, and he has the build for it. So, when you're, especially like, I get it. Like, like the whole NFL is going to these smaller guys that can separate, which is obviously, needed, just get open. And it doesn't matter if you have an inaccurate quarterback or not, but there is absolutely like, you have a mauler, a dude that can just boss over the middle of the field. Defensive backs don't want to mess with that. Those guys are also getting smaller, and so when you have to deal with a dude like like an AJ Brown, it's just like they can't handle it. So is he going to be AJ Brown? I don't know. I mean, that's a lazy easy comp or whatever because they both were at Ole Miss, but I mean it's hard not to see like a lot of AJ Brown in his game. So I like it, but I get like from like a lot of people love Quentin Johnson, but his he has his grades for us weren't great, and there's still like a lot of production that was left on the table for him. But the dude moves like he moves so well for a guy his size, and has such great body control. So yeah, but
yeah. Big fan of PFF. We worked together a long time ago. I will say with their wide receiver grades, not so good. My models, I could have improved
It's a lot of that's kind of like almost quarterback dependent. Nolan Smith to the Eagles. That's nice.
Whoa, unbelievable.
Nolan Smith too.
Oh man,
it's not good.
Chris is beside himself.
You got Nolan Smith and Jalen Carter now back together.
Oh my God, that's nasty.
So
I mean, the Georgia Philly pipeline is insane right now.
They're not taking the loss well. Like they're not taking the holding call well, to say the least. Like they're coming back for it.
Just wild.
That D line is so sick. I mean, that is insane.
Yeah, but I mean, I would say, especially in college, grade wise, like there are some grades that translate extremely well for like, hey, you can almost take that dude's grades and if he's going to be good or not in the NFL, especially if he plays at Power 5 in the SEC or something like that. Like if you're grading well in the trenches, it's good chances that you're going to be pretty good as long as you hit a certain athletic threshold. With the wide receiver position, like it's such like quarterback dependent and also scheme dependent there and how much they're utilizing you. So like you can use that as a baseline, but then you have to like go beyond that type of stuff. Nolan Smith, man, so
crazy.
I just sent you a tweet, Thomas. Yeah, basically, like his closest athletic comparables are Vernon Davis, Calvin Johnson, Kyle Pitts, and DK Metcalf. Just
Okay,
like an
let's
insane freak athlete.
see how this is going to work in this. Dun, 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 dun.
That Philly pass rush is going to be freaking nuts,
I
guys.
know. They led the league in sacks by like 40 last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they absolutely needed to get younger because obviously Brandon Graham's not going to get any younger, and they went ahead and got like arguably like the most athletic dude rushing the passer.
Here you are, Scott. Go ahead, do the honors.
Oh yeah, just absolute freak athlete. Concern being his size, obviously, but just those numbers are out of this world. You can pull it off now, but
It wasn't that long ago they drafted another smaller defensive end, correct? Like there was another outside linebacker that was deemed undersized. Wasn't that long ago.
Hassan Reddick is the guy no one's
remember.
top to. Reddick was not their draft pick, but they did give him a big contract. So
Who do the Chiefs go here, by the way?
Hendon Hooker.
Jalen Hyatt.
Hyatt would be crazy because that's who I mocked.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
So, I mean, Brian Branch would be. I mean, I'm surprised that he's. I guess it's safety, right? Like,
yeah,
he's a stud though. Yeah. So like guys that, you know, there are basically 4 guys here that I had in the first round that aren't taken yet. Well, Levis, Branch, Mayer, and Porter. You know, it's going to be interesting to see if like this coming off the top of the second round, you know, what kind of run we'll get. Probably get a run of like some guards, to be honest. That's what I think.
Yeah. Torrance, Tippmann.
Yeah, John Michael Schmitz, Steve Avila.
For who?
I'm just saying, like, these are some guards that can go off the board in the early second round.
Yeah,
I think we might see a decent run on guards of all positions to start the second round.
I think Keith here makes a good point. Kelsey's 33. Why not Mayer? I mean, the shoe fits.
Would be hilarious if they go running back here.
Oh no.
Clyde 2.0 or something.
In a cane.
Okay, that's the third different enunciation of that name that I've heard for him. What is it actually?
I could be completely wrong.
It's A-Chain, I believe. That's
I've heard 3 or 4 different ones, and I'm starting to get confused, which is not hard to do, admittedly, but
yeah, I think Googler in his in the Beast, he put he puts the spelling guide the diction guide. A-Chain.
Brett, do you just use a razor to shave your head?
Yeah.
I need to
smooth as a baby's butt.
some shaving cream and a razor, a straight blade.
Yep. Shaving cream and a razor.
I just started shaving my head for the people watching the stream if they're at all curious to know.
Oh, you're actually shaving it with the razor?
Well, I haven't been. No, I've been taking it with the clippers to like
a
no setting or whatever. So
I personally hate that look. That's usually once it gets to like where yours is at. I'm like I refuse to go out in public and I shave it. But I've lost a lot more than you. So
yeah,
like I have no hair like right here. So
yeah, I still got hair. Like I can grow it back out and be fine still, but it's just easier. Just easier. All right, come on, Chiefs. You got one more pick here. All right, let's see if I can tip it for you guys.
You know, we got that pit bull razor. Look as good as Mr. Worldwide.
Let's go.
Dolly.
Worldwide.
Dolly.
It's Mr. Worldwide.
305.
Oh no.
I'm sorry, Brett, but I now must refer to you as Mr. Worldwide from here out forth. Let it be known. It
Hey,
shall be known.
Good with it.
That's it. That's it. I need a drop. That's it. I'm getting a Pitbull drop now for tomorrow. I'm taking notes. Could I clip part of this draft for tomorrow? Absolutely. Am I going to be more concerned about getting the Pitbull drop? 1000%.
Oh man.
Comment of the day. I mean, that's pretty good. Congrats, Chris. And Brian, just keep firing elite pass rushers at QBs. Go Birds.
What's your guys' favorite pick been for the night?
According to the Wecht Whitefield value chart,
It was all the Eagles picks.
Anthony Richardson. Actually, the Nolan Smith pick doesn't score that well for me. The Anthony Richardson at 4 was number 1, followed by Miles Murphy pick. Miles Murphy, then Jalen Carter, and then Dalton Kincaid. Those are the top 4 picks.
Yeah, Richardson definitely number 1 for me. Talk about like a perfect fit, absolute perfect fit. Finally, after meandering the quarterback desert of bad veterans, Colts finally get it right. That backfield with him and JT is going to be so sick. They got to fix their offensive line now, but yeah, I love that Richardson pick. I'm with you on Kincaid too. What an exciting fit for the team. Worst pick, Brett, I'm sorry, is Jahmyr Gibbs. That is just mystifying.
Oh, you're wrong. It's Jack Campbell.
As you say, it's a linebacker. It's the linebacker.
It's got to be like at least Jahmyr. So like Campbell, they both are good football players.
Yeah.
You know, that's the thing. It's like they are good football players. I love Jahmyr Gibbs tape. Like, but it's still, but it's still running.
Here's
back.
a problem though, and this is where I'm going to get trolled so hard. So I'm so adamantly against both these picks, but they're both going to be good football players, and Lions fans are never going to let me hear the end of it.
Yeah.
Rough.
I mean, Gibbs will play the Swift role, and he'll be probably better. My thing is like Gibbs just isn't an inside runner at all. Like, is that? I guess that's all just to go to Montgomery.
Yeah.
I mean, for fantasy, I guess that's kind of good, but I just don't see Gibbs being an inside guy.
Gibbs can be your Alvin Kamara type.
Yeah. According to
I've heard that comp. I get like the role, him being like an Alvin Kamara type role, but I don't see the comp.
Yeah, that's what I mean by the role.
Yeah, role for sure. Comp. I said on my pod this morning I don't like that comp specifically, but the way they affect the pass game is similar. So Gibbs is more of like Jalen Waddle at the running back position. Like,
ooh, that's a good way to say
that's
it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
According to ESPN, and I don't know how much stock I put into this. This is sort of ridiculous, but it says the Lions had a 99% chance that Jahmyr Gibbs would have been available at pick number 18, and a 96% chance Jack Campbell would have been available at pick 34. Now, I don't know what they're basing that off of. Like, did they pull every team on their top 150? Like, what is that just based on mock drafts? I don't know. It sounds like bro science, but
it could be the consensus board. So let's see here.
Gibbs
was 25. Yeah, Gibbs was number 25 on the consensus board, and then Jack
Campbell was like 45. I see him at 45.
44 is on this consensus board. So yeah, I had Jack Campbell going like 52 to the Seahawks in my day 2 mock, so I had to change that up. But yeah,
Chiefs still haven't made a pick yet.
Nuts.
This is a trade up.
Who traded up?
I have no actual idea.
Oh,
there's no trade up yet.
I'm quite literally just really praying for this quarterback thing to happen. Like, I need it.
What quarterback thing?
I have been saying someone's trading up for Will Levis since like the 11th pick, and now I've doubled down many times, so I've just got to ride it out now.
Who would realistically trade up here? Like, I get the Lions could from 34 to 31.
I had initially said Tennessee because they're not.
But that would be
Lions
Right.
trade up from 34 to 31 to take kicker Jake Moody.
Oh my god!
Oh man, how hilarious would that be? Just what is it? Like Sebastian Janikowski going in the first round. That's the last time a specialist went in the first round.
And then he'll be a Hall of Fame kicker, and then Lions fans will be like, "See, he was a great pick, man. He's a Hall of Famer. Awesome."
In all seriousness, I think Atlanta for Levis would make sense. Get the 5th-year option, but
yeah,
the Chiefs are definitely talking to somebody.
I have in my mock. I have the Raiders going Hendon Hooker at 38 in this day 2 mock. I don't know.
Yeah, they've got.
I mean you're throwing
Raiders
or
or Falcons are probably thrilled with having both Levis or Hooker. They want to trade up, start the first round or second round tomorrow.
What I like, it's going Felix Anuduke Uzoma, whatever.
Is that the pick?
It's late.
Yeah,
Kansas State defensive end.
Yeah,
interesting pick there. So
okay.
I mean, they need pass rush so bad.
He can ball a little bit.
Yeah.
So we got the 4 wide receivers that we thought were going to go. We got 1 tight end, not the one universally thought to go. We had 2 running backs taken very early, and 3 quarterbacks all taken early. No late round 1 quarterbacks. A little bit different than what people thought today, especially as it pertains to fantasy football. Like, these spots aren't necessarily a smash hit. I think round 2 might be the actual value picks in dynasty rookie drafts, honestly. A lot of running backs on the board that can go. A couple wide receivers left.
A million tight ends.
A million tight ends.
Yeah, tight ends smart. I think there might be like 2 running backs that go now. I thought there'd be like a bunch of late day 2 guys for running backs, and I kind of think there might only be a few. A bunch of 4th round guys.
Yeah, so like I think Izzy Ebanaconda is going to go tomorrow. I think Tank will probably go tomorrow. Charbonnet will go tomorrow. I think Spears I initially thought would go tomorrow, but the missing ACL thing is wild.
Yeah.
I think maybe he falls at day 3 because of that.
Who has the missing ACL?
Ajay Spears doesn't have an ACL on his left knee.
Ah, that's too bad.
It's a small problem.
Is that literal? Like, I asked multiple injury experts, and they're like, no, of course that's not literal.
Yeah.
Oh, the report says like it says
no. I know. I half of them said no, of course that's not literal, and the other half were like, I can see it. It's possible.
So when you watch the tape, you would never think that that's true. You'd be like, what? Like his cuts are insane.
Brett, where do you have Kendre Miller?
I have him as a day 2 guy, but I don't. There's things about him I don't love.
Yeah.
We were debating this. I really would not be surprised if there's only 2 day 2 running backs. I just don't think it's a great class, and it's deep, right?
Charbonnet and Akane.
I don't like Charbonnet. I don't really like A-Chain.
A-Chain probably goes too. I don't view him as a running back though.
I just remember watching Isaiah Spiller and being like, yeah, this other guy who's way smaller is way better.
Tank Bigsby has that. Jarquez Hunter.
True. Yeah.
Also, the guy Charbonnet played with last year. That guy's good too. Who out-touched him significantly. All right, were you putting out draft grades, baby?
Who the hell is clanking over there?
Me. I have to put in some mocks here. So I'm putting Joey Porter to the Steelers first pick.
Yeah,
I'm gonna mock Will Levis to the Lions.
Well, I'd be fine with it at 34. I mean, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put Michael Meyer to the Raiders at 38.
Ooh.
And who else is left that I gotta mock? Brian Branch. I gotta put him somewhere.
I think him at the Lions at 34 is not a bad idea, but
yeah.
Before we sign off, we absolutely have to check on your mock draft, Brett.
It's terrible. It's tanked. I'd rather not, to be honest.
I just want to see if I beat you.
I think that's just what
You did beat me.
that is
No
all
way.
Scott was looking forward to.
You're at
today.
33. Wow. Oh, Fantasy Points own mock draft expert, Scott Barrett. So you know who to come to. What your original probably would have scored 50 though, right?
Not 50, but I would have been in the 40s.
Yeah. Would have been a top
boy.
12. Daniel
Tough beat.
Jeremiah smashed 43. Brad Spielberger, top 3, PFF. John Daigle, number 4.
Oh, you can already see like the results.
Yeah.
Yeah, where are you seeing this?
Huddlereport.com.
Oh, all right. Let's see.
Interesting.
No.
All right. Where's I wonder where Cedric Tillman is on the consensus board. 62, wide receiver 7.
All right. Well, we've been live streaming for 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
Correct. Shorter than I thought.
Shorter than same.
Shorter
We
than I
picked
thought.
up we picked up speed at like pick 15, 16, I felt like.
Yeah. Truly phenomenal.
Well done.
What's interesting, this ended before midnight. Is that normal for the first round? I think it has to be.
It went a little bit over midnight last year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It was a long one. So set the table. What's going on for tomorrow for everybody?
So Scott, Thomas, and Brett will be back tomorrow for day 2. I'm sure we'll bring on guests as well. Graham, Costco. I know Dolan's coming back. Wecht will be back on. I think Steve will make an appearance as well. Might shorten up the guest slots tomorrow just to rotate some guys in and out. So, but
Any heavy hitters outside of Fantasy Points crew?
possibly. The problem is everyone's doing their own thing now. Like
Right.
It's but maybe. But I think Debro will be on.
Nice.
Work the phones. Truly phenomenal. It was a great time. FantasyPoints.com. We told you it was going to be a battle of the mock drafts, and we weren't lying. Once again, as I mentioned at the top of the programming, look, may your priors have been confirmed and your fantasy rosters intact. Want to give a quick shout out to Detroit Lions fans. I know you're going through it right now. Hold tight. It might get better. Shout out to you for myself, Scott, Barrett, Brett, Whitefield, Graham, Barfield, and John Costco. I'm Thomas Tipple FF.
Nice.
Have a great night, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow night.
Boom.
See you guys.